once again.
All right, welcome everybody. We've got a great finals match going on here on center court. My name's Scott Golden. We're here in Bali, Indonesia for the World Pickleball Championship Series. And this is a match that we were going to see finalized last night. We had to make some adjustments, so we're going to do this match this morning. These ladies have been practicing and gearing up. I've got the mastermind behind the whole World Pickleball Championship, Jan David. Jan, good morning to you.
Good morning, my friend. How did you sleep?
Sleep is for when you're dead.
I think I woke you up because you were nearly dead this morning.
Yeah, I will admit that the jet lag is a real thing, and I haven't slept particularly well since I've gotten here. But the bed is very comfortable out there, so it's not because of the accommodations at all.
Which is very, very dangerous if it is too comfortable.
If it's too comfortable, you won't see me over here.
Right. No.
It's just comfortable enough. But
Okay.
but yeah, so we've got a matchup here that we saw, I believe, back in April, and we talked about this off camera.
Right.
This is the matchup that we wanted to see. We got what we wanted.
Right, exactly. Even though, honestly, there was a very tough match yesterday. Snehal was playing against one Taiwanese girl, and obviously we are not going to be partial, but we really wanted to have this match to happen today. As we both know, or many people know as well, last time at Phuket at APO at Asia Pickleball Open, Snehal came on the top. But it was a good fight. So we just wonder if Sarah will find some way today to get her rematch. Either way, I think that we will see a world-class pickleball, female pickleball today.
Well, definitely since April, Sarah Burr has come a long way in her journey with pickleball. She's a quick learner, somebody who I would call on the court a gamer, somebody who's got what it takes, the grittiness to be a champion in pickleball. She is somebody who I think doesn't get to practice as much singles as she would probably prefer. She really focuses on doubles. However, she's the type of player who is built for singles. She's very fast on the court. She's a lefty, which presents a lot of issues in and of itself for the opponent because it's hitting everything you're used to hitting to a backhand is now that player's forehand. So you have to switch that mindset just a little bit. Now, flipping the coin over to Snehal Patel, she is a player who's very savvy on the court. A little unassuming when you first see her. You don't know that she's an animal on the court like she is. But once you see her hit that pickleball, you know very quickly she is no joke out on the court, and Sarah Burr is going to have her hands full all morning long.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the fitness part of both girls, you would say Sarah is maybe a little more athletic, but Snehal is an extremely intelligent girl and player who will find out very easily and very soon what the weaknesses of her opponents are. And even though maybe she doesn't look that tremendously fit as Sarah does, her knowledge of the game is like second to none in this part of the world for the female players.
And she has every shot that she needs to be able to be crowned champion today. We're going to see if Sarah Burr can make some adjustments from the last time they played. What happened in the last matchup was that Snehal was basically dictating all the points. She was in control of everything that was happening, and Sarah Burr was on the run most of the time. She was playing a lot of scramble defense, as I call it, which, as you know, you have to be able to reset the ball and neutralize the opponent if you're getting into a lot of those running back and forth. She can do that all day long. She's in that type of physical shape. But what you realize is this game is built more like a chess match than it is just a physical running game.
Exactly.
You have to be able to do everything in this game at the elite levels. But I'm curious to see if Sarah Burr has made some of these adjustments coming into this championship matchup, because if not, she will be second place again this year.
Yeah, well, it's too early now to say that, but I think that's regarding the strokes, Sarah has a really huge, powerful strokes. The question is if she will be able to use them for the whole time, because if she lets Snehal to come in, and that would mean that Sarah is going to run we may have the same result as last time, but it all depends, what kind of a game they brought today to the court.
Definitely, and I'm actually curious when this match kicks off if Sarah Burr is going to hit returns and stay back, or if she's going to rush the net and try to take advantage of getting up to the net. It's two different styles.
Yes.
You see tennis players often stay back at the baseline. They want to work the point a little longer,
right.
Hit some passing shots, hit some deeper balls. Then you have the type of player that's like, for example, like a Tyler Leung. He's a lefty, very athletic. He likes to press up hard after his return and play the side-to-side type of game that gives him an advantage oftentimes at the net.
Exactly. And Snehal, her passing shots are very good, So if you want to really come to the net playing against Snehal, you really better prepare your strokes and your situation at the net, because otherwise she will just make you look like a fool.
Absolutely. Well, Jan, are we ready to get this thing kicked off?
I think so.
All right, let's get it going, guys. All right, I'm very excited about this one, Jan. Let's hang tight for just a minute as the players get their last little bit of guidance, expertise
we
into
see
their
Martin
head.
Clark, we see Om here, they know how much is in stake right now on the line. So let's hope for a very good pickleball, regardless of the result. Let the pickleball be the winner today.
For sure, and as you know, it's not about the money. These players, obviously, they know they're competing for some prize money, but it's really about the pride of representing your country. I've noticed coming over from the States into other countries like Bali and Thailand and different places, it's a lot about the pride for their country. They want to represent their country on a bigger stage. And this tournament, thanks to you and a lot of volunteers and people that make this work, it's giving them that opportunity.
Yes.
So right away, we're seeing Sarah come up to the net and try to control from there.
Exactly, yes. And it's 1-0 Snehal.
Now, that's what she has to do. She's got to move the depth of the ball, some deeper, some shorter, use the angles off the court.
Yes.
If she just returns straight back to her every time, Sanel Patel will be able to execute those drives and those passing shots.
So back to serve Snehal, 1-0 Snehal.
Expect a few nerves from Sarah early. She's going to be maybe a little tighter than when she settles into the game.
Oh, nice. 1-0 still, yeah.
And guys, for the championship match, we've got best 2 out of 3. So they'll play at least a minimum of 2 games, possibly 3 games as a deciding game. But games 2-11 win by 2. That's a great job getting to the backhand of Patel.
Here we go. We can see the spin serve of Sarah. It looks like Snehal has a little issues receiving them.
Yeah, you told me yesterday that that was the first question the Australians had when they came to Bali
Yes.
Is the spin serve going to be into play? They've been practicing that. We haven't seen a lot of other players utilizing that. I think that's an undervalued part of the game.
This is what we are thinking. And speaking about Snehal, if you don't prepare your attack to the net, she'll
burn you every time.
Get the ball behind you and beside you.
That ball wide. So if you're watching and you see the gentlemen in the yellow shirts, if they point down to the ground, that means it's good. If they put their 2 arms out wide, that means it's out. We have line judges. I believe the line judges are going to be making the calls for the players for this championship match.
Exactly.
So the players won't have to actually make their own calls.
So the score is now, I believe, 2-all.
Nice speed there from Sarah Burr. But there's the cross-court angle that Patel, unassuming, but an animal on the court. Like, that angle is so difficult to mess around with there.
And she countered it even with a better angle. So that is where the Snehal's deception is the biggest of her.
Yeah, she took one step over and flicked that ball back across to the forehand side of Sarah Burr, by the way.
Exactly.
Which could be dangerous, but not in that case.
So 2-all back. A little too long here. Back to 2-all again.
And that's too good. If Sarah Burr can't track it down, it's a pretty good shot. So now a slight advantage for Patel as she takes the lead at 3-2. I actually like the recovery from Burr there, but again, we spoke on this. If you give her those angles, she will execute those shots, as we just saw that ball whizzing past the forehand of Burr.
And we have an earlier lead, 5-2 for Snehal. Looks like exactly. I was expecting some timeout now, because last 3 points, the last 3 rallies were going for Snehal.
Well, and that's
kind
the
of like
momentum we
too
talk
easy.
about.
Exactly. You want to break the momentum.
There's usually 2 reasons that players call a timeout. Number one would be the fatigue factor, if they're tired and they just need to catch their breath. The other reason is from a strategic standpoint, you don't want an opponent to rattle off 3, 4, 5 in a row, because they can catch fire, and pickleball can get away from you in a real big hurry. You can be 3-3 and all of a sudden it can be 9-3 in the blink of an eye. So you really want to stifle that momentum as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And we all know that game up to 11 sometimes may take maybe 8-9 minutes, and it's over, and you start from the beginning again. So the longer you stay on the court, even with the help of the timeouts.
Yeah,
I think
just a 60-second timeout can do wonders for your game. I would not be surprised if Sarah Burr came out and won this next point. Yep. And statistically, they say 7 out of 10 times when you're the person that calls the timeout, you're going to win that next point because you come back more focused.
Exactly. Especially when the game is even.
That's a good layoff from Sarah Burr. She could have potentially jumped and hit that, but she recognized it was going to go out.
Yeah, the serve is creating some problems.
The serve is good enough to keep her from hitting a deep return, but the problem is Sarah Burr is not capitalizing on that opportunity on the third shot. She's not taking advantage of that weaker return.
Yeah, and as the match will progress, I'm sure that Snehal will figure out how to return Sarah's serves, because right now she is visibly struggling. She doesn't attack it. She's really happy to return it back to the court.
She will definitely make an adjustment on that. There's no question. But yeah, it's affecting her a little bit at the moment. But the passing shots are good enough that she's overcompensating for that lack of a deep return.
Yes, exactly.
So this is my opinion on this. Sarah needs to hit the ball and stay back just a little longer and look for the better opportunity to come in. Like we're seeing right here. She stayed back this time. Now she's capturing the net when she should. That's a much better job from Burr, utilizing her deeper serve or return and coming up at the right moments.
In other words, bring a little more tennis perspective into pickleball, because if you don't really, oh, beautiful, beautiful. You need to prepare the attack. You can't go attack like some time ago. I think Dent from America, he was a serve and volleyer and return and volleyer. That kind of game is not available anymore for players.
So this is a danger zone for Sarah Burr right now, as she's fallen behind in this match, and we're seeing Patel get stronger and stronger with her passing shots.
Oh, nice behind.
Now that was a good job. Patel was recovering back across the court, and she went behind her, so that's really good court awareness from Burr.
Oh, beautiful rally. And I think the score is 4-6.
I believe I heard 4-6. That's really good. Again, just the idea of lifting that ball up too high, it gives Patel a lot of options to choose from.
Yeah, even though she didn't hit the overhead very clean.
She hit it very, very awkwardly out the end of the paddle, but it still worked out. Burr getting a little lucky right now in some of these missed shots because those are going to be dangerous shots if they come over.
Oh, nice. And we have a 5-6 score right now. Six five.
Yeah, 6-5.
Oh,
But do you see what
beautiful.
I'm referring to?
Yes.
Sarah's hitting the return in the middle of the court and coming straight up to the tee, and that's hurting her right now because Patel can hit those angles away from her.
And I would say Sarah won because Sneha was going many times cross court. So Sarah was thinking there was a cross court again.
This is, again, what we saw back in April.
Yeah.
She's playing a lot of scramble defense right now, and she's not able to take control of any of these points.
Exactly.
Sneha Patel is very in control right now of these points. And you can see Sarah Burr's mind is just racing right now of how to fix this problem.
She came very close, 5-6, but now it's like, I think 5-9 or...
Right, it can get away very quick. And the thing is, these passing shots from Patel are very good. Very good. All right, so
10-5.
Burr asking if she had another timeout to burn. You can tell she's scrambling right now. The shots from Patel are just too good.
Yeah. And we have a first game, 11-5 for Snehal.
11-5 first game. Interesting. That game was 6-5. Like I said, and you agreed, the game can unravel very, very fast, and that's exactly what we saw the second half of that first game. All right, so what do you think Sarah Burr needs to do to make a run here in game two?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say, to see in Sarah's mind now, but she had a very good chance for a few moments in the game. I think that she should, exactly as we were saying, like gradually build up the transition to the net, because if she comes too soon, Sneha will find a way to pass the ball beside her.
She's proved it over and over again.
If she stays at the back, Sneha will make her run. So I think that if Sarah will be able to dominate mid of the court, right as she did right now, I think she could play very evenly with her. But if she goes too far to the net or stay too far back, I think she's not going to succeed today.
That's a nice shot right there. That's a nice shot. Patel looking to the line just to see if that ball was in or out, but clearly that ball landed on the line or just in.
It helps the players to have line judges here, yeah.
Well, I think it just takes the pressure off of them.
Exactly.
You know, they don't have to make that call. They can just rely on the line judges. I will say right now that Sarah Burr is trying to switch up her strategy. It's evident she's trying to slow the ball down and drop it into the kitchen. But the problem is she's not keeping it low enough.
Yeah.
You've got to keep that ball low if you're going to hit a reset.
So we have a score of 0-3.
0-3, yeah. Already Sarah Burr playing much better the second game on the back of some missed shots from Patel in the second game. Snehal was not missing these shots in the first game, which is why she won 11-5. Now she's missing a little bit of those shots. But Sarah Burr's not helping her own cause here. She's missed 2 deep third shots in a row trying to go for the too much. She's got to keep this ball in play right now. I do think she's doing a better job of trying to come up. She's coming up at a better time. She's staying back one more shot until she comes in.
Exactly, to make the transition little longer, but to be sure that when you come to the net, it's actually a situation which would be in your favor.
So I knew this was going to happen at some point. She's very good at her timeouts. She could feel that her shots are off here in game 2. She's going to stop, take 60 seconds to reset, get her mind renewed. And we're talking about Patel because she's missed at least 5 or 6 unforced errors that she didn't miss in that first game.
And she also feels the momentum has shifted to Sarah. Sarah looks much more confident in the second game compared to the first one.
For sure. And you can see as the camera's showing, both players getting their instruction from their team. That's kind of what I love about this World Pickleball Championship Series is that the team aspect is much more prevalent over here in another country than it is at home, from my perspective. They will stay late into the evening to support their teams, and it's just a sense of pride that they have.
What we really love in this Asian tour is involvement of Australians. Even though they are not part of Asia, you know, it's
fantastic.
It's fantastic to see these two continents gradually coming closer to each other. Oh, beautiful.
I think Sarah is doing a much better job of controlling the narrative of game 2.
The score is now 3-0.
So she's getting some good advice. Sarah's getting some good advice from her corner. She's staying back, like we talked about, just a little bit longer and picking the right moment to come up.
And
that's a big difference between game 1 and game 2.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's a disgustingly good shot there from Patel as she just paints that corner. And that's what she does best. She loves those corner rolls.
Exactly. So now the score is 1-4. Snehal just got her first point in the game.
I can tell you this much. Sarah has got to reel in these unforced errors that are making Patel's life a lot easier. She has got to keep the ball in play.
Yeah. We can see Snehal is getting a little more proactive, using the width of the court and length of the court. So
Sarah's getting up there early now, so she's taking that risk. That's a good ball. You know, unfortunately for Snehal, it hit the net on the way over, but honestly, it was just a really good shot from Sarah. She chose to attack that overhead instead of resetting.
What is the score now? 1-4?
I believe 4-1.
4-1 for Sarah.
In favor of Sarah Burr. Oh, good defense from Burr, but we're going to find out what happens. Oh, I think the idea of just making the opponent hit one more ball. You know, even though she didn't hit a good shot, it caught Patel off guard just a little bit.
The score is now 5-1 for Sarah. And a 6-1 for Sarah. So it's 2-6 now.
I believe she's reeled it into 3-6 now.
The score is 3-6.
Or maybe 8. It might be 8. It might be 8. Let's find out. Let's get an accurate assessment of the score here. Yeah, it's 8-3 actually.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
It is actually 8-3. She's reeled off a few points here. So that's something we haven't seen is the drop shot from Sarah Burr to set up the 5th shot drive. Good. So again, just some of these minor adjustments from her team is helping her take the lead here in game 2. Yeah, Sarah's doing a much better job of controlling the narrative in game 2.
Yeah.
As we thought, she would make an adjustment.
I think that the biggest difference between today and APO in Phuket is Sarah's serve. Because Sneha is just not feeling confident returning the serve.
Yes, it's affecting her ability to hit good deep returns.
Exactly. So Sarah actually, even if she serves, she keeps the momentum because there is no danger coming from Sneha.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for game 3 after this. And came out 11-2. Now in game 3, we just saw a missed return, and you alluded to the fact that Patel is not confident hitting those returns off that spin serve.
Yeah,
you can see it.
Another stretch, yes.
And I think it's affecting her whole game right now.
Confidence, everything. The confidence
because she's thinking about it, right? She's thinking about, oh my God, I just missed that last return.
She has a very little chance to actually take her serve back. And if she is not able to serve, she's going to have struggles to win the point.
If it was me, I would be calling a timeout right now and stop the momentum because Sarah Burr is absolutely a train running down the tracks at 50 miles an hour. And I think if she doesn't watch out, it'll be 11-0.
Yep, and we have 6-0. Score is 6-0 right now.
6-0, and they're going to switch at 6-0. Patel's head is spinning right now. She has no idea what she's supposed to do to fix this issue. I will say that when Patel is settled in and her mind is clear, she's probably the best player on the court in singles. However, right now, her head is literally trying to wrap her brain around what's going on, and Sarah's taking full advantage of that.
Yeah. She needs to hold at least like maybe 3-4 points here because if the serve comes back to Sarah, she's not able to break her her returns, she's
Right.
not able to return the serve basically, and it's
And now,
so
again, her head is trying to wrap itself around being down 6-0
Yeah.
and struggling with that return. So now it's affecting her offense.
exactly.
That ball is deep. If Sarah could just keep those balls a foot and a half or 2 feet inside that baseline, she doesn't have to go for broke. She's up 6-0.
Exactly.
It's a
But,
mentality
exactly.
that you have to have.
But she's currently in the zone, so whatever she does,
firing.
yeah, exactly.
She's just firing the ball.
And she knows that Snehal is not able to get the serve back, or very, very, very seldom, because the serve is just a huge difference now. I wonder what the Indian players will think about training.
100%.
Yeah.
They better.
Yeah,
I mean,
they have to.
The game is evolving, and if you don't evolve with the game, you will be left behind.
Exactly.
That's a great shot from Patel. She's just not making the execution part right now. She knows what she wants to do with that ball. She's just not able to make that shot happen at the moment. It's 8-0, a huge, huge rattle off of points. Burr looks completely confident right now. And Patel literally cannot get her wits about her. And it's frustrating, I'm sure, because she's sitting in this moment while it's happening, and she's thinking, what do I need to do to fix this? But it's a matter of being ready beforehand to prepare for this. Maybe they haven't been preparing for this spin serve, and now all of a sudden it's on her.
It's clear that the players in India would have to think about the returning and making the serves, spinny serves, their priority, because otherwise they will internationally not be able to compete on the high level as they used to.
Well, it's interesting because the Australians came into this World Pickleball Championship, and their first question was, can we utilize the spin serve? The answer was yes. The Indian team came in and said, can we make sure that serve doesn't get put into play? So it's two different mindsets. Clearly, they have not been either preparing for the spin serve or have not been working on it. So they wanted it removed. But the truth is, in the rules, it's legal to use that spin serve with one hand.
Exactly. We are following the USAP rules, and we are not going to disallow it.
It's just a matter right now.
And we have a match point here. How fast the match can go, right?
We talked about it. It can unravel very fast. Good job from Sarah Burr to keep playing on that ball. Wow, 11-0 final. That's impressive to come out in game 3 and dominate in that type of fashion. 11-0 blowout. Now, I will say that it was poor execution on the shots from Patel. She knew what she wanted to do. She was just hitting the top of the net cord over and over and over. So
yeah. I mean, it's nice to see the happiness in Australia. It was a nice rematch. I think when these girls next meet, I think Sneha will be more ready for the spin serve.
They will watch this footage back. They will listen to the commentary, and they will get better from it. They study this game. And honestly, Patel was a little overwhelmed at the second half of game 2. Rolling into game 3, she could never recover. Let's do this. Let's take a break, and we'll get an interview with the Australian from Down Under.
I would even say Snehal as well.
The only thing about that is she'll need, maybe we can get a translator, because I don't think
Omi,
she would understand.
Omi's standing there, and let's do it.
Okay. All right, guys, we'll be back after this for the dual interview with both the winner and the non-winner, first and second place, coming up next.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles.
I'll talk with you about it. And then
I'm very excited that we can have.
Yes, in April. All right, guys, Scott Golden here on Championship Court. I've got Snehal Patel in front of me here. Snehal, you took the first meeting between the two of you back in April at the Asia Pickleball Open. You lost this matchup in 3 games. What was the difference between April and then today, with you coming out on top in April and then not today?
एशिया पिकलबॉल ओपन आणि आजची मॅच ह्याच्यामध्ये काय डिफरन्स होता, फरक काय होता आणि ती वाली मॅच आणि ह्यावाल्या मॅचमध्ये फरक काय होता ते सांग.
माझी एशिया ओपनची मॅच फर्स्ट मॅच होती आणि ही सेकंड होती. मग पहिल्यामध्ये एवढा एक्सपिरियन्स नाही होता, ह्यावेळी जास्त आला.
नाही, मेन डिफरन्स आहे की अपोनंटमध्ये काय डिफरन्स होता आणि खेळण्यामध्ये काय डिफरन्स होता फायनल्स तिच्यासोबत.
ॲक्च्युली ती एशिया ओपनला ती माझे बॉल क्रॉसकोट निघत होते आणि इथे म्हणजे माझी रीच कमी पडत होती थोडी.
So she's saying that Snehal's reach was lesser in this game as compared to Asia Open. So at Asia Open she was picking up her game very nicely. So she was a bit slow and she didn't pick her game easily this time. That was the only difference.
We were talking about on the commentary the spin serve that Sarah was doing. She was spinning the ball. It looked like in game 2 you were having a little bit of trouble with that serve. Was that a factor in losing second game and third game, or was that not really a factor for you?
दुसरा सेट आणि तिसरा सेटमध्ये स्पिनचा काय फरक पडला का तुझ्या गेममध्ये, म्हणजे तुला काय डिफिकल्टी झाली का?
सर्व्हिस येऊन आहे ना फाकत होती म्हणून थोडी कन्फ्यूज होत होते मी आणि मग नंतर क्लिअर केलं थोडं.
ओके, बट त्याच्यामुळे काय सेकंड आणि थर्ड म्हणजे स्पिनमुळे मॅच हरली असं?
नाही म्हणजे माझा गेमच नाही होत होता.
She was saying that the spin didn't affect her actually, but her game was not to the mark this time. So she picked up the spin serve very nicely, and that was not the difference why she lost the game.
All right, guys. So great job making it to the finals. You guys are split 1 apiece, so I look forward to the next tournament when you guys get to face off again. Congratulations on silver. Well done. All right, now if we could get the winner over here, Sarah Burr. I'm calling for Sarah Burr. We need Sarah Burr over here. All right, guys, we've got the champion here, Sarah Burr from Australia. Sarah, talk to us about this second time you've played Snehal Patel in the finals. What was the difference between April when you lost and then this time?
So last time I was very tentative on my ground strokes and it did not work well for me at all. She was absolutely blasting me off the court with her ground strokes. So this time I thought I've got to go out swinging. I've got to get the returns deep. I've got to make her move and wrong foot her because last time I was running all over the court and she was like cool as a cucumber. So I really had to turn it around and like she was giving me hard shots and serves. I had to give it back to her and get to the net, and it worked.
So in game 1, you actually lost 11-5. Were you concerned at all that that might repeat itself from April? And then the second follow-up question to that is, what did you do with the team over in the corner to make your adjustments for game 2? Because you honestly, you look like a different player from game 1 to game 2.
I could feel myself getting a little bit tentative at the end of the second set. I was like tied in the middle, but the first set, and I started to fall back into old habits. So I went to my team, and they're like, "Go swinging. You've got to go for your shots. You've got to go deeper. Your returns aren't deep enough." So I just went out there in beast mode, and I thought I might lose a few points, and I might have a few long, but I've got to get them deep, or I'm out of here. So I did. Yeah, I had to get them deep.
And then one other thing, I talked to Sanel about the spin serve. We, on the commentary, were feeling like it was affecting her ability to get deeper returns, which in retrospect was giving you the ability to hit better thirds. Did you feel that during the game 2 and game 3 that you were taking more control of the serve and then the third shot?
Yeah, definitely. I was trying to get those spin serves deeper to give her less time and get them a little bit into the body so that she would pop them up a little bit and I could then control the point from the serve. So yeah, it was definitely the spin serve was helping for sure.
All right, last question. How happy are you to bring home a gold medal in the women's open division for Australia, representing them very well today.
I'm so proud. I don't play a lot of singles at home, so I didn't expect to even get on the podium today, really. So I'm absolutely thrilled to do it for Australia. I think you saw by how high I jumped at the end. I was so excited. I'm really, 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 really stoked. And it's been a great tournament so far. Really enjoyed it.
Well, that's very humble of you to say what you said about not expecting to be here, but we absolutely called this matchup before the tournament started. We were hoping to get to see this matchup. What an unbelievable performance from you in Game 3. I think Sanel, she played great, but you were just a little too much for her today. Congratulations on your gold. Go celebrate with the team, and we'll be back later. All right, we're back. Wow. I have to take a deep breath right there after that. That was a whirlwind of excitement and adrenaline dump right there for everybody involved. What a match that was, but Game 3 went heavily in the favor of Sarah Burr. Talk about what she did there to take down a very tough competitor in Snehal Patel.
Yeah, well, to me it was a little surprising that Snehal didn't really realize what was the factor, and I think, and we agreed upon that it was a spin serve, you know, and that makes me a little worried about Snehal, that she didn't understand what actually was happening.
Yeah, when I asked her about it, she actually said that her game was just off a little bit, but I think once she has a chance to come down off the adrenaline, she'll watch the video, she'll see that she was struggling on those returns with that spin serve from Sarah.
Exactly. She was never able to, especially in the third game, she was never able to get her serve back, you know, because he was always reaching for the returns, and the returns were short. And as we said also, Sarah did a great adjustment, you know. She didn't rush very fast to the net, and transition was very beautiful, and it was a one-sided match at the end.
Yeah, I mean, when Patel has a chance to go back and she looks at these scores, she's going to realize that, you know, her head was spinning in Game 2 and Game 3. She never could get her bearings about what was happening, and it was unfolding so quickly, she really didn't have time to process everything and make adjustments. 5-11, 11-2, 11-0. Significant adjustments from the Australian Sarah Burr. And, you know, really, really happy for them. She lost this matchup back in April. I know she was disappointed. She was probably happy to be in the finals. Totally different player in the finals this time. Very humble. She said she was thinking she wasn't even going to make it to the finals, even though we both knew this is the matchup that we expected.
Yep.
To take nothing away from the other opponents in the division, there were some tough competitors. But at the end of the day, I felt like these were the two that were going to make it to the finals, as was in April at the Asia Pickleball Open. Was that the expectations that you had?
Oh, absolutely. We talked about that even yesterday, right? And so I think that there is a good rivalry between these two. We'll see what Sarah's plans are for next 12 months if she stays in this part of the woods.
Dun, dun, dun.
I hope that they will meet again, and I think that the coaches in India should really think about the options here, because neglecting the spin serve will not lead them where they want to come.
I'm going to go out on a limb, Jan, and I'm going to say after this tournament, whatever the next tournament that they bring AIPA to, the Indian team is all going to be doing the spin serve. That's just how I know that they adapt. They are not the type of team that's just going to walk away from this and be like,
exactly.
I wonder what we did wrong. Let's just forget about it and move on. No, they're going to study this film, and they're going to realize they need to adapt their game into something more, what I would call electrifying, or I would say diverse, more diverse.
Yeah, because they are doing so many things right, all her strokes and either on the baseline or transition, volleys, everything is perfect. She was just reaching to every single return, and when she figured out, and what bothers me, to be honest, is like she didn't realize that, like, why was she reaching out? Because she was not ready for those serves. And then her confidence was just basically down the drain. So,
well, for anybody that's been listening since yesterday, we talked on the live stream yesterday about how important confidence is on the court. Yeah. When a player like Sarah Burr loses that first game, 5-11, she has two options. She can either unravel in her mind and think, oh gosh, this is a repeat of Asia back in Asia Pickleball Open back in April, or she can say, what did I do wrong? Quickly, let's find an adjustment for what we did, and let's come out and let's execute that adjustment. That's what we saw from Sarah Burr. That's not what we saw from Snehal Patel. She started having the issues, and all of a sudden it unraveled, and they never were able to gain composure.
And honestly, I also think that the first game she won, and she would probably feel, okay, this is it, I have it again. And she got maybe a little less careful, and the momentum shifted.
100% our minds play a big factor in how we play things out in reality. She clearly thought she was the one in control, and I would too. At 11-5, you won the last matchup. You're going to think that. But what we know about Sarah Burr is that we talked about her being gritty and a competitor, somebody who's got fire in her belly. She's not going to just lay down and go away. And I think Patel, Snehal is still young, even though she's a fantastic player and she's very, very strong. She will learn and grow from this experience.
Right.
The good news is she has time, and she's got a team behind her that wants her to succeed and have that composure on the court going forward.
And I also think that she wants to do it, because for her it is a lifestyle. She trains, practices every day, many hours, and I think that is great. In order to be winners, we need to lose, and maybe we lose badly, which I don't say that she lost badly, but the last game was not really good for her.
It was a quick game of execution from Sarah Burr and lack of execution from Snehal. But again, she will learn from this. She will grow from this experience, and I'm just happy that we got to see a fantastic 3-game set. So we're going to take a commercial break.
Actually,
we're not.
sorry. But why don't we talk a little bit about what is ahead of us? We have a couple of very nice matches, and which I'm really excited. The men's semifinals. We have two Indians, two best ones, seed number 1 and number 2, which is Tejas and Aditya. But we have two newcomers, one from Indonesia, Jeffrey, and one from Philippines,
which is Leander. So Leander's playing who?
Leander is the first match will be Tejas versus let me check. Leander.
Tejas versus Leander?
Yes,
oh yeah, that's right.
Yes,
Tejas versus Leander.
And then Jeffrey against Aditya. So what do you think? What can we expect in these two semifinals? Will we have all Indian finals again, or?
I honestly don't think we will. I think Leander is the X factor for this equation. I have only seen him play one time, and that was late last night. He proved to me that he has exactly what it takes to be a champion at the World Pickleball Championships. The question is, does he have the experience yet in pickleball to get it done? He has all the tools in the tool bag, but he's not been on this type of stage playing against these type of veteran experienced players. So we're going to find out.
Yeah, on the other side, he plays tennis, as he told you yesterday, like 20 years now?
20 years. I put together he was maybe 27, 28 years old because he started at 7, which is unbelievable background to have and a good foundation, as you know.
So we'll have a fantastic match, and the other one will be Aditya versus Jeffrey. The funny part of this is when I've been to Balikpapan a couple of weeks ago, Jeffrey said, "Is Aditya coming? He is my idol. I want to play against him." He is going to play him now.
And now we have, and one of those players will advance into the finals. Let's talk about Aditya first. Aditya is a player who I believe is the most talented player in this whole Asia group of players. However, he underperformed back in April. Anybody that watched the Asia Pickleball Open knew how talented he was if you saw him play. But when it came to the biggest matches against Tejas and some of those other players, he did come up a little short. And I think I had a conversation with you yesterday off camera that he's been preparing to come back for this match.
Yeah, actually, when he came a couple of days ago, he said, "Jan, I'm training much more than before. I know I am, by the ranking and by the performance and results, I'm the best in Asia. I know I didn't perform well. This is going to be different." So him playing against Jeffrey today, who he never saw playing, I think it will be a great match. And between them, probably a new rivalry is going to be born very soon.
Talk about Jeffrey. I'm not familiar with Jeffrey and his game at all. Do you know, have they ever played each other? I know it's his idol, so this is going to be a first-time matchup for them.
Exactly. I mean, Aditya is a role model for the rest of Asia. Everybody loves him, and here in Indonesia, when they heard Aditya was coming, they were all excited, and everybody wanted to play with him. And Jeffrey is clearly the best player in Indonesia. So I really don't know how they will match up, but I hope that it will be a great match.
I know one thing about Aditya. He is a what I would call a showman.
Yep.
He's got a big personality, always smiling, very generous with his time and his resources, and he's always so willing to invest his time into the younger Indian team. But I'm excited about all 4 of these players getting on the court.
Yes.
Actually, Leander getting an early jump on this on the court. He's starting to warm up his serve a little bit. I'm super excited to see him play. I've only seen him once, like I said, but I watched him warm up 2 days ago, and I said there's something very special about this kid. He's just got what it takes to be a high-level competitor in anything he does. Great attitude, great composure. We're going to find out because Tejas is going to stretch him as far as he can.
Perfect. So we are having 2 more semifinals followed by finals today. So stay with us for next maybe 2.5 hours. You will see a lot of good pickleball from Asia.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break. And when we be back, we'll see Leander versus Tejas. And then the other semifinal is Jeffrey versus Aditya. Coming back in just a few.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, Scott, we are back here live. So what do you think about this matchup here?
Oh, Jan, buckle up for this one, buddy. This is going to be a fantastic men's open singles semifinal, one of two that we've got for the day. This was actually supposed to go on last night, but we had to make some adjustments with the schedule, so they're going to play this out, like I said, this morning. We just finished the women's open finals, and that was a great three-setter. Sarah Burr able to come out on top. But now we've got two absolute warriors on the court. My first experience with Leander was last night in the quarterfinals. Got to see him compete for the first time, and boy, was that a treat to get to watch him play. He's got 20 years under his belt in tennis, which is a significant advantage coming over to pickleball, even though he's been playing pickleball less than a year. I believe you said 6 or 7 months?
That was Gabriel.
Oh, Gabriel. So, Leander has been playing a bit longer.
For some time, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
maybe
yes.
a few years now. But still, nonetheless, his background in tennis is going to be a significant factor in this game and the outcome of this game. Now, He's playing against a guy, Tejas Mahajan, who's by far one of my favorite players to watch. When you watch him, hopefully the camera between the points can pick him up a little bit. He is the most entertaining player between the points. He talks to himself. He gives a lot of credit, and he does this really unique thing. I don't know, Jan, if you've noticed what he does. He will do this thing where he points his finger to the opponent up in the air when the opponent hits a good shot. I don't know if you've seen him do it. It's a little difficult for me to verbalize what he does, but just pay attention. When Leander hits a good winning shot past him and he knows it's a good shot, he gives respect to the opponent by doing something very interesting. In the States, when you put your finger up, that means the ball is being called out. When I was here in April in Thailand, when I was in Thailand doing the Asia Pickleball Open, I saw him doing this, and I thought, wow, he's calling all of these balls out. And then I quickly realized, no, that's his way of giving respect to the opponent when he hits a good shot. So aside from that, he's a fantastic singles player. Comes from a small village in India. English, is not his first language, so challenging at times speaking with him. But what I know about him is he is a true competitor, passionate about the sport of pickleball, and he finds himself in big matches in every tournament that he plays.
Yeah, and what really is he liking is like to be on the stage, to compete. He's not as big showman as Aditya might be, but he gives out his heart. He works very hard on his court, and we will see today how we're going to match up with our friend, another player from Philippines, Leander. As we talked before many times, the Philippine players, this is the first international stage for them, and it's great to have them internationally involved as well, because pickleball in Philippines is booming and has a lot of tremendous potential. We are very happy to Rodel, who basically helped Philippine teams to get here and organize the team, which could potentially on Saturday compete for the very highest positions. The Philippine teams is loaded with good talent, young players for both guys and girls. So it's very exciting to see the new nation internationally in Asia. We all know COVID has restricted us for the last 2 years, and it's fantastic to see new players and new countries taking part in international events. Saying that, there is no match history between Tejas and Leander, and so we both or all will just wonder how they will match up at the end.
Definitely. I had a chance to speak to both players before this match. Of course, Tejas, it was just a fist bump, and hey, good luck. He smiled at me and just, did his normal thing. I did have a chance to speak with Leander, and I asked him simply, what is your plan, or do you have a plan for this match? And he looked at me, smiled real big with that genuine smile. He said, just to have fun. And I love that attitude because he has nothing to lose in this matchup. Everything to gain, nothing to lose. To be honest, this happens a lot in sports. The pressure is really on the favorite.
Yeah.
On paper, Tejas Mahajan is the favorite to win this matchup. However, what they can't factor in on paper is the heart, the determination, and the pure skill level of a guy like Leander coming in with essentially no real experience at this level on paper.
Exactly.
But we're going to find out that 20 years of tennis is going to come into play.
It's funny that you say that he was going to enjoy it, because that was exactly when I met with him before the match, and I said, hey, Leander, enjoy the moment. This is the moment. Just forget about anything else. You made it this far. The whole country of Philippines, meaning pickleball country of Philippines, is so proud. There's a lot of messages coming on Facebook saying how proud Leander made all the Filipinos today. And I mean, he's obviously maybe an underdog because we have no clear history of the matchups, but he is definitely appreciated by Filipinos community, pickleball community. So we'll see. And obviously we know India. India is a pickleball nation, and they travel, they laugh, they are together. So
absolutely,
so
they're unified in that for sure.
Yeah.
I will say I wanted to give a quick shout out to Rodel Chu, and he's from the Philippines. He's an ambassador for the sport of pickleball, helping grow the sport there as well. And he said to give his support and his love to these guys. Obviously, he can't be here, but he's definitely in support of them at a distance. But the X factor with Leander, I feel, is that he's got ice in his veins, Jan. You know when you meet somebody and you can just tell the way they carry themselves, there's somebody who rises to the occasion. Leander is no stranger to competition. He's no stranger to probably playing some big matches. This is maybe his big first match, I would say, maybe in pickleball at this stage. However, he's going to rise to the occasion. I feel like in the biggest moments, it's a guy like Leander that can really make you nervous as the competitor because you know he's going to bring his A game, point in and point out.
And that is the point. There is no doubt that both of these players are awesome players. It's just I think will be decided on their mental toughness and on their ability to block out every possible feelings of being nervous and just basically block out all the feelings.
All right, here we go, Jan. We got the point kicking off with Tejas Mahajan from India serving first to Leander. Right out of the gate, he's forcing the hand of Tejas by drawing him in with a nice touch shot with an angle on it.
As we spoke yesterday, Leander has a lot of weapons. It's not only driving, but it's soft hands and...
I would actually say his best tool is his soft touch. He obviously has the ground strokes, that's no question, but he possesses the soft touch that some of these players that he plays do not have.
Yeah. I would say he's a complex player. That's his best thing.
Yeah, diverse, complex. You could use all those words to describe him.
Yeah.
Now, Tejas Mahajan is a little different in his style of play. He's more in your face. He's going to drive the ball, close the gap. He's going to use his reach and his length and his athleticism to try to overpower you. So it's going to be interesting what they try to do here. But again, we're seeing a pattern already developing.
Yeah, twice already happening. Yeah.
The slice forehand soft, drawing Tejas in versus letting him stay back and take the ball off the bounce and drive it.
And we see Tejas reaching out 2 times and missing the point.
That's going to be a factor. Notice he's dropping the ball. He's not just content for driving the ball every time. This is gonna be interesting to watch this play out because Leander is not just a bang, bang, bang type of player. The complexity of him is going to create some problems for Tejas on the other side.
I mean, there is a little resemblance how Leander plays more like pickleball players in America.
Yeah, like a Ben Johns would play, kind of some
Exactly.
touch and feel. Obviously, not experienced at that level yet at pickleball, but you can see like you said, the resemblance of that.
So,
I like both styles, frankly.
Of course, yes.
Oh, that's so good. Now, he's drawing him in, and where we're going to see the adjustment from Tejas is he's going to start coming in a little sooner. He's not going to just sit back and be caught every time like that. So if you watch this replay, watch how he comes in. He closes the gap very nicely.
Yeah. Well, he made the mistake already twice, so I think that the third time will never happen. But also the thing is that Tejas started to drop the third shots more, which probably is the good way to...
He's a very smart player. He's going to make his adjustments based on what Leander is doing. He can do everything in the book as well. He's got all the shots in the arsenal. Very focused. Both of these guys very dialed in early on in game one.
The serve was long. I think the score is 2-1 here, right?
I believe it's 2-1, yes.
Tejas 2, Leander 1.
There's the touch again. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful by both players here. Nice lob reset. And that was enough to just get that point reset. Leander had taken control of it, pushed Tejas back. He throws that lob up. Now, we don't recommend lobbing all the time, but in singles, sometimes you can use that as a reset, as you saw.
And lobbing indoors makes sense. There is no wind factor, nothing. So
Correct. Much different lobbing inside. Also, I'm not sure. There's on the roof, it's covered, but there's a light spot up there. Maybe it's affecting his ability to see it cleanly. Sometimes, on occasion, throwing that lob up can just make them look up into something, and that may have been what happened there. So we'll see if he continues to lob at some point. There's the two-handed drive we saw last night that I was very impressed with. It's such a smooth shot.
To my opinion, Leander needs to be more proactive. Too much dinking will not help him to win this game. He has to mix up the soft strokes and drives, because that's the only way how you can take out of balance Tejas. Tejas can dink also quite a bit.
Absolutely. Oh, that's great depth from Tejas. Again, the ability to get up to that line and use his length and his athleticism to dictate the point is going to be something that we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Tejas is up 3-2.
Oh my goodness, what a shot. Now, you can't train for that shot right there. There's no practicing that.
A lot of touch, a lot of feel there.
A lot of touch and feel.
Two, 3.
I believe it's 2-3 is the score. Oh, that is, again, just so smooth. You see a player hit a ball like that, and you wonder, how come Tejas couldn't put a paddle on that? It's just so smooth.
That is what he needs to do, according to me. You can dink, you can drop, but you need to drive, because if you just only dink, Tejas is going to be there. So
absolutely. So the score, I believe, is tied up 3-3. Yeah, I think it's 3-3. All right, a good rally there from Tejas Mahajan.
that was a very nice return, putting pressure on Tejas right away.
We speak about that often. The big serve, the big return is going to set you up for success going forward in that point. You watch every single time somebody has a weaker return, they end up losing that point 9 out of 10 times because they just don't set themselves up for success. Now, that short return was what Leander wanted. He just didn't execute. So there's a difference in the two things.
It was a surprising shot, and I don't know if Tejas really wanted to do it, but maybe he wanted to surprise him, which obviously he kind of managed to surprise him. Oh, right now, Leander's returns, especially on this backhand side, are just superb. Score is 3-0.
Nice. That was good. That was good. That.
The call was called out by the referee.
All right, score is 4-3. Nice execution there from Tejas. Getting that ball, again, side to side, moving Leander around, making his job very difficult. If you can put a little stress on your opponent, making them hit a harder ball than they want to, you're going to have success in this game. Ooh, I like that. I like that shot from Tejas. It just clipped the net, but he'll come back to that shot. You watch. He loves that inside out, circling around that backhand, and he opens up his paddle face and just rips that ball cross court.
And he hides that stroke until the very last moment. So beautiful passing shot on the underside.
Just such a thing of beauty. I just wish I had that type of passing shot.
Well, you're a good commentator.
You know, if I had that shot, I wouldn't be commentating. I'd be playing in the finals against these guys. I like to commentate on the great shots instead of actually
Which
hitting them.
can happen on Saturday night.
It might.
5-3, Leander. Beautiful.
Maybe it can be like pickleball osmosis, where if I watch it enough times and talk about it, then eventually I can just do it.
Yeah.
I don't see the belief in your eyes.
It's an option for sure. If it happens, I don't know. So we have 6-3, Leander.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at this score. Leander is a very tough competitor. Tejas knew that going in. I think he's seen a little bit of footage on him, or at least watched him enough to know that he was not going to have a walkover against Leander.
Yeah, Leander's composure, I think that like from him competing 20 years in tennis, he might have some kind of a knowledge like how to play the crucial points and crucial matches.
Absolutely, and I want to say this as well. I've been around sports my whole life. You've been around sports your whole life. There are some people that just have a presence that you can't explain. You can't. They just rise to these occasions,
Exactly.
and he's got that in his blood. It's in his DNA, and I can see it I can see it from the start of seeing him play.
It's beautiful. The way how Leander hits the balls out is so smooth, so effortless.
That's the only way to describe his game, is smooth and effortless.
Yeah.
He makes it look easy. And I watched this video clip the other day on YouTube or on one of the platforms, and it said, when you see somebody make something look so easy, it's because they've spent hours and hours and hours perfecting that craft. So he's clearly spent a long time, many years hitting those type of shots in tennis or in pickleball.
It's beautiful pickleball so far. You know, obviously we don't want to side on one side. We want guys to bring the best of them on the court. Right now, though, it seems that Leander has an upper hand, and we clap to him not because he's Leander, but because he really plays well.
Absolutely, and also Tejas walking into this match was the favorite on paper, so he walks in with a little bit of confidence, saying, "Hey, I'm the best player on this court right now." But when he's down, we're going to see what Tejas is made of.
Exactly.
Is he going to rise up? Is he going to show that he can make the right decisions in big moments? And maybe he loses game one. What is he going to do game two? It's a clean slate. So that's what we're going to look for.
Yeah, maybe we'll not see that game two because this is semifinals. There's only one game to 15.
Oh, that's right. I was still stuck on the finals. I forgot. Only the finals have the 2 out of 3. You're correct. So he's going to need to make these adjustments quicker than later.
Quicker than later, yeah, exactly.
That's a great point, Jan. Great reminder. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like what he did there. Now, did he execute? No, he missed that shot. But I like that he's thinking about going for that Ernie and dropping that touch in.
And the truth is that, again, Leander, his drop was so good that even though he was out of position and clearly in a defensive position, he could equalize the situation. And unfortunately for Tejas missed that point. But it just shows Leander again, like how much variety does he have.
Yeah, and I really wonder right now what's going on inside Tejas's head, because he's supposed to be winning this game in his mind, and he's down, looks like 8-3 right now at the switch. Is this game over? No, it's far from over. And oftentimes, as you know, Jan, sometimes the in switch will change things up. I don't know what it is about that. It's just something that happens. We see the momentum shift oftentimes, almost a rejuvenation of the person that's down. And I don't think that Tejas is going anywhere.
Yeah, I think if Leander will reach the 10 points or 11 points, maybe within the next 5 minutes, it will be so much easier. But it could go either way. It could be eventually 8-6 instead of 10-3, and we will start from beginning.
These momentum swings are a big factor in pickleball, especially in singles. Look at that touch. So he got what he wanted. He just missed. So if you are going to get what you want, you've got to make sure to execute at this level.
This was I don't know if you noticed that when Leander dropped the ball, he immediately rushed to the net because he knew the short ball was coming back to him.
Absolutely.
And this one was a little too short, but.
Well, I'm thinking that Tejas needs to get to his forehand. His backhand's actually his more deadly weapon, I feel. The forehand is smooth, but not going to hurt you that much. Also, you can tell he likes to roll his forehand cross-court, so Tejas needs to pick up on some of these tendencies and try to manipulate that into getting the upper hand. So far, though, this game has been lopsided in favor of Leander, as I alluded to the fact that he might be able to take this match.
Yeah, 10-3.
I believe it might be 10-3 now. Yeah, 10-3. He's asking for another ball. He's saying that ball might be a little soft, which usually if he was winning, he probably wouldn't even mention that. So, you know.
It's a game.
Some of it's a gamesmanship.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, I do see what he's saying. Sometimes those Franklins will get a little soft. If he felt like he hit that ball and it didn't go anywhere, he's going to, in his mind, justify that miss by saying, hey, maybe that ball is a little bit soft. Leander does not, by the way, just so everybody's clear on this, both parties have to agree that they can switch the ball if it's not broken.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If it's broken, the ref smashes it, throws it away, gets a new one. If one of the opponents is just complaining about the ball, the other one has to know that he has the right to decline that switch.
And obviously, if he is winning, then he will not let it happen.
See, there's the ref saying, he's explaining it's not broken. You don't switch the ball out just because you're unhappy with the ball.
Yeah. Because
if both parties agree that there's a wobble or there's maybe a crack in it that could affect it, that's different. Yeah. If you've started playing with this ball and there's nothing physically wrong, you stay with that ball. Now, after the game's over, this game, maybe you could make the case of like, hey, I'd like to get a better ball in the beginning of the match or whatever, but you can't halfway through the match just decide you want a different ball. Yeah. It doesn't work that way.
I think Leander is now very happy because he sees that Tejas is trying to get anything which he can put his feet on.
Yeah, and listen, I've been around pickleball for a long time. Absolutely, players do things to either distract, some gamesmanship, or whatever you want to call it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's all part of the game, and it's perfectly fine for him to ask for a new ball. What doesn't necessarily happen, though, is you get your way. Yeah. You don't always get what you want, and that's what we saw there as Leander said, no, the ball is fine. It's not broken. Let's play on.
And credit also to go to IPF, Indonesian Pickleball Federation, who are doing awesome job training their referees.
I agree. They've done really well.
The referee immediately said, it is not broken, so there's no question here.
Absolutely. Great job by the ref. All right, so call it what you will, a little bit of shift in momentum, and now Tejas is making a little bit of a run. He's maybe talking about coaching. I'm not sure. He's asking about coaching between the points or something maybe. He's struggling here. He's grabbing for straws.
Yeah.
When you play somebody really good, it can be a bit alarming to you when you're not winning and you're used to winning.
Absolutely.
And we've all been there, honestly. We've all been there. Somebody's beating you that you think shouldn't beat you, and it gets a little interesting.
You know what is what is awesome, there are so many good players in India. And APO, everybody was shocked what a good level of Indian players are. Now we are getting other nations playing pickleball.
Yes.
And if this will continue and tennis players will start coming to this sport, even in Asia, there's no limits how far the level can go. Maybe
I agree.
2 or 3 years.
I agree. And this sport is not going anywhere. It's not a fad. It's not a here today, gone tomorrow type of thing. That's a great passing shot from Tejas Mahajan. That's his bread and butter. You get that weak return. He can step into that forehand and roll it. You're not going to get a lot of those back. He's going to pass you every time. All right, 5-10. He's cut the lead in half. 6-10. So we're seeing that shift of momentum. And I alluded to the fact that sometimes that in change can mix things up and change things up for the opponents.
Yeah.
And a good timeout. So
Leander realized that he lost 3 points within maybe 2
100%.
minutes. Yep.
That's a smart player right there. You can be stubborn and not win, or you can be a moldable, pliable person in the moment and realize, hey, you know what? I need to call a timeout for myself, get myself in order. This player has done 3 or 4 things right in a row, and momentum is changing. So, I feel as though the shift in momentum has happened slightly, and that's Leander's job or Tejas' job to recognize that and cut it off.
Cut it off, yeah. So asking for the timeout, it could be considered as a showing your weakness, your mental status at that moment, but nevertheless, it's effective. So sometimes you show, hey, I'm struggling, but I'm using all tools which are available or legal for me to throw you off. So
yeah, I mean, look, I once saw at the Pickleball Global Challenge Cup, one of the players, I won't name any names, but he was tired and he was kicking the ball around a little and trying to stall tactic. And it was evident that he was doing it, but he was trying to do it in a diplomatic way that didn't draw attention. But at the end of the day, we know what's happening. We know what's going on. But that's part of the gamesmanship. That's what I love about this sport.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than just the physical part of this game. It's a nice overhead, but Tejas able to reset. But this is the thing. He reset the first one, and he noticed Leander up at the net, and he's trying to hit a passing shot off balance. It's like, just keep resetting till you can get back stable and neutralize that attack.
exactly, the rally was much longer than people would expect.
It's just not happening for Tejas right now. Leander is what I call imposing his will on his opponent right now, and Tejas' mind is racing. He's saying, this is a game to 15. I'm down 11-6, I like that effort there, but it didn't happen. So now Tejas has a chance to make another run.
Yep. It looks like that Leander is again mixing up a little bit the strokes, not only.
All right, 7-11 is the score. Yeah, that's a nice shot. That one-handed passing shot from Tejas is kind of his bread and butter. He does it on the forehand side and the backhand side. He passes really well there. Leander doesn't need to commit so hard to that side. He's giving up a lot of an angle by doing that. Now that's a case of trying to push a little too hard for something that just wasn't there. He needs to keep Tejas off balance. He should have probably rolled the ball deep over to the right side, but he got a little too fancy there. The Filipino fan club over there is getting a little louder. Now, isn't it interesting? Earlier in the first half of this match, Tejas looked less confident, less aggressive. Now he's getting closer. You see his confidence starting to rise. This is what we were referring to earlier. It's a nice shot from Tejas Mahajan. So this is the adversity that we talk about during the matches. Leander has to get rid of any type of hanging on to any calls or anything that's happened so far. He's got to just focus on going ahead. Tejas really turning up the heat right now. Great execution. Leander starting to lose some traction. He's got to regroup. But so far, Tejas in the second half of this game has really started to pick it up. Two bounces. Good job, though, from Tejas on the hustle play, I would call it. I believe, I don't know if you saw what happened. I think, did Tejas call a timeout?
No, he wanted to clear his face, and the referee didn't let him because you have to follow the server.
Oh, that's right. You can't as the receiver. So then
Yeah.
he burned a timeout.
So basically, the referee said, if you want to have a timeout, get it.
Okay.
I don't think he planned on it. He just wanted to take a little more time.
Well, and I think he was trying to get a little coaching over there too. So he needed to actually. Now that I think about that, really good job from the referee saying, no, you can't just stall that receiver, can't stall the server.
Exactly.
When in the rule book, it states that the server dictates the pace of the point of the game. Yeah. And same for Tejas. If Tejas is serving, Leander can't just run over there and grab a towel when he's ready to serve.
Exactly.
Leander getting a little tight here. You know, when you're up and you're winning 11-6, 12-6, it's easy to feel comfortable and confident. Once this game gets a little tighter, he feels Tejas clamping down and putting the pressure, and we're going to find out if he can rise to that occasion. Now, great manipulation of the ball there. He goes sideline to sideline, pushing Tejas around. It's what you have to do. That's a good leave right there. He recognized early on that forehand that it was up a little higher, and he lets that one go out. That could be dangerous, though, because sometimes Tejas' shots drop in, but I think he recognized it had enough pace. All right. Tejas appealing to the ref, but no can do. That ball returned out. What do we have, 13-11?
No, I think it's 12-all, I guess.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
12-12. I apologize. I looked at it upside down. It's 12-12. He's asking the referee. Tejas said something to him when he was going to retrieve that ball, and I don't think that it was anything illegal, but it did maybe possibly distract Leander in the moment that he was trying to get to the ball. But I didn't see anything that was egregious. You can see the distress in Leander's face right now. He's a little nervous right now at the moment because there's some big points coming up. That ball wide. I do like the shot there from Tejas. He's trying to hit that backhand passing shot again. (11-13), is that right? 12-13.
Yes.
12-13. What a match we have here, folks.
Every point now counts.
Every ball is important. That's tough. That's tough. But you know what? That's part of the game. It easily could have rolled over the same way against Tejas. So,
both times.
and it might end up still, Leander could get one too. So
Score is 13-12 for Tejas.
in favor of Tejas. And that's a big point right there. That missed return can be very costly. At 14-12, we now have a match point. I wonder if Leander has a timeout left. Maybe not. If he did, he needs to use it. Oh, that's so good. So good. He cut the angle off early enough in that forehand. He knew that he wanted to roll to the cross court. Good anticipation from Leander. I don't know about you, Jan, but I'm on the edge of my seat right now wanting to see the outcome of this match.
It's very entertaining for sure.
Oh, this is what we live for in pickleball right here, these type of back and forth matches. Oh, what a passing shot from Leander. Smooth as butter. Ice in his veins, down two, rips a forehand cross-court winner. Unbelievable shot right there from Leander. We're going to see if Tejas has a response for that coming up right now at 13-14. He went for a bit much there. He went for a bit much. But that's, again, this is a pressure situation. And under pressure with Tejas closing that gap, basically crashing the tee, he felt like he needed to hit a really, really aggressive low shot. And it bit him in that scenario. Oh, he's rising to the occasion. Now, what did I tell you? And you agreed. He's the type of player that doesn't go away. He's going to rise to the occasion. These are the momentum swings that I absolutely love in pickleball. It's 13-14. He's got a big point right now on his paddle. Oh, that's really good execution from Leander as he sliced that ball just over the line. I think that Tejas going for that was maybe the right shot, but it wasn't there. It was too low for him to attack that ball.
So from now on, we will have only match points because there's a race to 15.
Oh, so it's just a race to 15 in the semifinals. All right, so it's win by one. So this is a big
Leander
point.
has a match point.
And there it is. Leander rips the two-hander down the line for the win. Great job from both guys. Wow, I cannot believe the finish that we had right there. Leander found himself in a predicament down 14-12. Fought off 2 game points from Tejas Mahajan. Battles, scratches, fights, and claws back to 14-14. And then rips a third shot, two-handed backhand for the winner. A clean winner, by the way, not even close to the line to be controversial. And Tejas knew it right away. His shoulders sunk, his head dropped. He knew.
I think that was a fantastic match, and we all in Asia can be happy for these newcomers coming and just taking the field with such a speed and such elegance and such a smoothness.
Wow. All I know is that we're seeing some good matches here. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and do an interview with Leander from the Philippines. His crowd of people watching, cheering him on. I believe that was a factor in the game as well, as they cheered him on whether he was playing well or not.
But let us give the credit also to Tejas, who really fought until the very last ball. He was down most of the match.
Exactly.
Then suddenly he changed and he was holding the door handle in his hand, and he didn't open the door.
He didn't open it, but it's those swings of momentum that we were talking about. He was down, then he pushed back, took the lead, then lost the lead at the very end. But what a finish.
Both of these guys have played tremendously, and we are all happy we can witness it.
I love it. It would be the equivalent in a race of 2 people they would have to take the picture of who finished first with their nose because that game was tight, neck and neck down the stretch. Really proud of both players. They competed hard, and we have a gold and silver medalist. We'll be back after this for the interview.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, guys, Scott Golden back here for another live interview on Championship Court. We're about to see the second semifinal of the Men's Open going on just behind us, but we want to take a second and congratulate you, Leander, on a big win. Talk us through the emotions and the adrenaline that you must be feeling during that match. I mean, you were up, then you were down, you lost the lead, and then you closed it out at the very end, 15-14. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, for me, it's really a great experience for me. Although I was nervous the whole match. But I just think that I'm thankful to be in this situation. That's what I think about every time I get nervous.
Yeah, you know, I talked to you before the match started, and I said, do you have a game plan to play against Tejas Mahajan? And you said, you just smiled at me and you said, just to have fun. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Now, you're excited, I'm sure, to be in the finals. Are you going to sit and watch this match, or are you the type of player that goes and gets a rest, doesn't even watch the match? Do you want to see what these guys are going to do?
Yeah, I'm going to watch and also rest. Maybe a bit. I'll watch a bit.
All right, congratulations on making it to your first finals of the World Pickleball Championship. Congratulations to the Team Philippines, and great competitor in Tejas Mahajan. He fought, scratched, and clawed the whole time. Really, really great competitor. We want to give him a lot of credit as well. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the second semifinal after this.
This is Steve Dawson.
All right, welcome back to the other semifinals here.
Yeah, Jan, I don't know if people at home, like if they're watching from their living room or their computer, I don't know if they can feel the energy and electricity that's in this building. Guys, listen to me very carefully. If you haven't had a chance to experience pickleball in another country like this, you need to come experience it. Just even if you don't play, if you just book a plane, get a hotel, and come experience the energy and excitement of the World Pickleball Championship. The team factor, I'm telling you, there's something very special about what they have here.
Yeah, so it's exciting, and this semifinals is even more exciting because the local favorite, Jeffrey, is playing against his idol, Aditya.
I don't know if we can get one of the cameras between the points to show the crowd from Indonesia here. Yeah. But they are loud and proud right now, cheering on their Indonesia favorite player, Jeffrey. And they have a little cheer between the points. I love it.
1-0.
Yeah, that was a good shot. I got to tell you, this guy, I saw him last night. This is my first time seeing him really competing. He played last night. I didn't get to see much of it, but this guy is electrifying.
And he has got an early lead, 3-1 on Jeffrey. 3-1 Jeffrey.
3-1, early lead for Jeffrey. Aditya is starting a little slow, but he's going to end up picking it up. There's no doubt in my mind he's gonna make himself known in this game. But Jeffrey is an absolute animal. His quickness on the court is something to be watching. Yeah, so good. One thing that really stands out to me early is that Jeffrey has great anticipation of where his opponent's going to hit the ball. A 3-1 early score. Look at the footwork. Do you see the watch the footwork from Jeffrey Waranda as he finds that ball, sets himself up in good position, and makes sure to hit a clean shot every time. You're not going to see him out of position very much. Same with Aditya. He will be the same. He won't be out of position too often.
5-1 Jeffrey.
This is a very exciting, energetic crowd over here. Obviously, if people are here, they would feel this, but Indonesia pretty excited to have one of their own in the semifinals playing against Team India. You can feel their presence big time. And make no mistake, Jan, Jeffrey will ride that wave of energy this whole match. They're going to feed him the energy and electricity that he needs to win this match. Team India is not as big in numbers as they were in Asia Pickleball Open, so they're going to have to cheer a little louder to get behind Aditya to make sure they counter and neutralize some of this excitement. But right now, it is heavy in the favor of Indonesia and their boy, Jeffrey Waranda. Look at them going right at each other. Also, just a side note, this is the first pro player I've seen here in the semifinals using a Hudef paddle, so that's interesting. I like that. Nice, good-looking gold colors, which I'm partial to, since my last name is Golden.
Oh, is it so? Well, for those who never heard about Indonesia and pickleball in Indonesia, watching Jeffrey, it's like watching the pinnacle of the big iceberg. You know, there is so much pickleball in Indonesia, and it's just a fantastic pickleball country. And we all know badminton in Indonesia was so big, and we all are expecting the same happening also in pickleball. And as I said, Jeffrey is only one of many talented young players coming up.
Yeah, and I'm just curious. I haven't seen too many Indonesia players as high quality in play as Jeffrey, so I wonder who he gets to train with, because he is on point right now.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players, and I don't think that they train, but they play together, you know, and basically they help each other grow. It's just
it's set. It's 8-1 at the switch, Jan.
Yes.
This is not good.
Yeah.
Deep waters over here for Aditya as he finds himself down 7 points in the game to 15. This is going to be significant to see if he can rise up. Now, remember, Tejas Mahajan was also losing at the switch, made a huge comeback and took the lead, ended up losing 15-14, but he's going to have to really dig deep right here and find a way to crawl back in this match.
Yeah, and especially when actually I can even hardly hear you. So much noise here. I feel like at a hockey stadium or football stadium.
Yes, I feel like we're in a hockey game. Then there's a huge Indonesia crowd just off center.
Imagine Saturday team competition, Indonesia playing their matches. This players will be shaking out of sound. Yeah.
This is the part that I loved back in April that I experienced for the very first time. At 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, the players were coming out to support their team.
And
8-1, still so far. Aditya not able to overcome any of the adversity that he's faced until that point right there. Now, that doesn't mean that he's changed the momentum yet. He got a side out. He's still got to put points on the board in order to get back in this game. Getting side outs is not going to help you get a win. Oh boy, that's a game changer. Dagger to the heart of Aditya right there. Game's far from over, but boy, you hit a backhand around the post off a good shot from your opponent.
Waited and waited until the ball really got it.
His focus, I'm telling you, I have never seen a player quite so focused as we've seen Jeffrey right now. Every single point, he is methodical in his execution.
I don't know if you noticed his splits. He's like Djokovic.
I agree. It did look like Djokovic. If I did that right there, you'd be picking me up off the floor. All right, that's what Aditya needed. You see the little fist bump? That's an internal thing to try to get himself going.
Coming here to Indonesia, having Indonesian players and Philippine players, that's a brand new experience for Indian players. And I think that this is so good for further development of pickleball in Asia.
Yes, it is. It's good. And I'm going to tell you right now, Jan, the momentum has slightly shifted just a bit. The crowd not quite as excited at the moment because he's rattled off 2 or 3 points in a row. This is his chance to crawl back in this game. He's got to maximize this opportunity right now. Another unbelievable backhand. Tejas and Aditya both with that one-hander that rolls cross-court. Really nice shot.
Even though the lead is so substantial, I would never write off Aditya. He's an experienced senior player.
Well, if he can get this crowd out of it a little bit, he can have a chance to really get back in this game. But if he allows Jeffrey's crowd to stay involved, he'll have a very tough time working out of this hole he's in.
Beautiful point here.
You see the fire coming out?
Yeah.
That's his internal mechanism kicking in, saying, no, don't go down fighting weak. Go out fighting with fire, and that's what you're going to see him do to try to crawl back in this game, because right now he has not shown his best potential on the court at up to this point.
As we said many times before, Aditya is a role model for many players in Asia, and also Jeffrey.
That's the crowd right there.
When we talked 3-4 weeks ago, and Jeffrey was asking, is Aditya coming? And I said, yes. I said, like, my word, I want to play him. His dreams are coming true in this moment.
I love it. It's one thing, Jan, to want to play your idol in pickleball. It's another thing to execute shot after shot against your idol. And right now, he is absolutely wearing Aditya out, and we're seeing him scrambling right now to try to recover. Honestly, this is my opinion. When you're not in a position of authority right there and the other player has the advantage, you have to continue to work out of that point in a way to neutralize.
Drive the ball. Yep.
You shouldn't drive the ball when you're not in that position of authority yet.
Yeah.
Of course, it's easy for me to say over here. Yeah, he was doing a great job. Look, at the end of the day,
That was a good thought.
it was a good shot from Aditya, and the idea there was to drop the ball. But in hindsight, he's got to roll that ball, get it lifted up over the net, and keep him deep, because Aditya wasn't up at the net yet. So he has some space to work there.
(5-9).
I got to tell you, sometimes you can just feel something in your gut. I have this gut feeling that Jeffrey's going to finish the game. He's going to finish the course. It's still up in the air. Aditya with a response right there. Maybe he heard me.
All I'm hoping is for a good pickleball tonight.
100%.
Regardless who is going to win. Obviously, everybody here, most of the people here in the hall are cheering for Jeffrey.
Well, Aditya is a fierce competitor. He's not going to go anywhere, and likely he will make a run, a push back.
But Aditya is a really, really nice gentleman.
The referee calling that ball good.
Yep, he overlooked.
I believe that might have hit the line. It's hard to say, but
Yeah.
I believe he did. I do believe he did.
And
hit the
remember,
line.
the players have to make a decision in a split of the second. And
in my opinion, the referee has the best angle there. He's
Yes.
also watching,
Yes.
where Jeffrey is actually running to hit the ball and having to look at the same time.
Exactly.
It's not as easy to do that.
Exactly.
Nice reset. This is where he's got to continue. See, they go for, in my opinion, all the players that we've seen, when they're back, they're trying to hit clean winners from the baseline off balance. You should continue to drop the ball and reset until you get back to a position of neutral.
Until you get a little more control.
At least a little more control. Maybe not full control, but you've got to get back to a position of where you can make a play. Jeffrey, I believe, winning 10-5?
Maybe 10-6 now.
10-6? Yeah, 10-6. That's a nice inside out. That ball is their bread and butter. That's what the Indians do so well. They work around that forehand, and they really drive well inside out. I think their length has a lot to do with that.
Yeah. We saw it in the previous semifinals. Tejas didn't go anywhere, and he nearly got it.
He made that bread and butter shot over and over to get back in this.
Anybody who think that Aditya...
There it is again. We've seen it now twice. He's doing that 2 times in a row to test. Now,
Yes.
here's what I'm going to make a prediction. The next ball he gets to that side where he can work around it, he's going to go inside in down the line because he knows now that Jeffrey's going to adapt to that inside out. You watch and see.
All right. Let's see.
Aditya is a very smart player.
Smart.
He's going to make an adaptation to that counter because Jeffrey also is going to he has to make an adjustment. He has no choice. Watch. Oh, he went back to it again, but he missed. Jeffrey missed, but I thought for sure he was going to roll down the line on that one, but he didn't.
I think this is a time for Jeffrey to call timeout, my opinion, but he probably doesn't want to show weakness.
And that's why we're over here also, because he thinks in the moment he's going to be able to continue to play. I think he should call a timeout, though. That's a great reset. Look, this is the position of neutral, getting back to neutral. There it is. So he kept dropping that ball in, at least not fully attackable, right? And it puts a lot of pressure on Jeffrey to continue to hit ball after ball after ball. And to be honest, all that Aditya is trying to do right there is get back to that neutral state. That's all it is.
Yep. And
the crowd not as excited right now because he's not winning every point. All right, so you can see the demeanor has shifted, right?
yes.
So I stand corrected.
9-10.
9-10.
Well, I'm old enough to say any kind of predictions because whenever I predict something, the other thing will happen.
Oh, my goodness. These games are so momentum-based. There's the inside in. So 3 to 4 times he went inside out. That time he circled around and closed his paddle off, goes down the line, hits a brilliant shot below the net going over.
And out of nowhere, we have a tie here, 10-10.
Of course, I spoke way too soon. Commentator's curse, but now is Jeffrey's turn to change that momentum back.
We'll see if he will be able to add at least 1 point because if he doesn't,
If he gives that ball right back.
he is in the trouble.
What a good deep serve. He played that point brilliant. Aditya with a nice backhand volley block off the net cord to get himself another opportunity here to take the lead for the first time in this whole game. He found himself down 8-1 at the switch. Now, that's the adjustment from Jeffrey. See, like I told you, he's going to pick up on that tendency to go inside out on the forehand. So Aditya has to make some adjustments. Oh, that's so good from Jeffrey. The speed. Oh my God. What a point did we just see? And the gamesmanship right here from Aditya, getting the Indian crowd into it. Jeffrey did everything he possibly could to keep that point alive. I don't think you could play the point any better than either one of these guys played it.
Pickleball at the very best.
This is some of the highest quality pickleball I've seen in quite a while. This would rival the States in level of competition. Oh, that was a smart shot right there from Aditya. He, instead of going cross court, which is what Jeffrey thought that he was going to do, he pins him down behind him, causing Jeffrey to hit the brakes right there. Look, we talk about this so much, but look at the confidence difference now in Aditya at 13-12 or 14-13 versus down 8-1. The shoulders shrunk, the head down, missing the shots. Now his confidence is extreme. Where we're going to see the difference is, can Jeffrey stop this momentum, get the ball back, and have a chance to regain that momentum in his favor?
Yeah. Well, Jeffrey came out very hot, and Aditya also didn't know what to expect. It took Aditya some time to readjust, but I would still not say that Aditya is going to have a clear winner, a winning of this match, because I think that Jeffrey is still not going. He's not going to give up now. So we'll see. Next point or two will tell us much more.
Watch Jeffrey get a point back and watch this crowd explode. That ball is too good. So now you're seeing it.
Aditya, greatest showman.
Yeah, he's feeling it. This is called a heat check right here.
And we can hear also our Indian friends here cheering for Aditya.
Yeah, this is a big, big moment for Jeffrey to respond. Let's see how it unfolds right now, live on Championship Court. Yeah, that's a good response. Now, this is where the crowd can come to play a factor for Jeffrey. They've got to continue that good energy for Jeffrey, or else he's going to fall to the wayside here. I like the composure from Jeffrey to take his time. Make sure he's hitting the right shots. I like it. He went for it there. He was a little out of position, in my opinion, to hit that drive, but I like what he went for. You got to go for some shots if you're going to have a chance here. I believe 13-12.
Aditya upset with himself that he didn't call it out.
He looked like he wanted to. Is it
But
13-10?
I think it's 14, either 10 or 12-14.
Yeah, that's too good from Aditya, getting that ball really deep into that far corner.
So to my knowledge, Aditya is trying to close now.
Oh, absolutely. He's got that animal instinct of smelling the finish line. He smells some blood. The confidence level from Jeffrey has dropped just a tad, and we're going to see him try to close this match out. Okay, so that was his inside in that he was trying to fool Jeffrey with. You got to make that shot, though.
The situation has changed because Aditya had already 3 match points.
Yes.
And I think that maybe mental momentum is coming into his head.
Jeffrey taking a big breath. I don't know if you could see that on camera.
Yes.
Before that serve. He's got to make something happen on this series. Oh, man.
Look at him.
That's so good from Aditya. It's his reach. He can reach that ball so easily.
He is tall, he is lean, he is flexible.
You know, guys like Aditya, Leander, Jeffrey, even Tejas, these guys live for these moments. They train blood, sweat, and tears for these moments, and Aditya really showing that he wants it. He's going for it. He's going for it. You know, I don't blame him. You're up 14-10 or 14-12.
Yep.
Yeah. Right now, Aditya's owning that net, and and Jeffrey, in my opinion, right now, doesn't have the tools right now to overcome this reach and athleticism from Aditya. He's got no answers.
Exactly. It took Aditya a little time to read Jeffrey's game.
But I tell you what, there's no quit in Jeffrey. He's going to continue to fight. Now he's got to put some points back on the board. He's been stalled out for quite a while now.
Yes. Nobody is adding any points.
That's a great shot, but Aditya with the answer. That's just reach. That's just reach. He just flicked that ball back across his body.
Fantastic, yes.
Literally, Jeffrey, you can see it, head down, shoulders sunk a little. He has no answers at the moment, but he's got to forget everything that's happened up to this moment and focus on this very next point, because this is the only thing that matters in this moment.
This could be the last point.
Very good resets. That one a little high. Yeah. I like the composure from Jeffrey. He doesn't panic in these moments. He just continues to hit the methodical shot till he gets the ball that he wants. Now, here's where he's got to step up on some offense. Oh, that's such a good ball. The little forehand flick roll, cross court. You got to love that. Aditya not able to put a paddle on it at all. And now the crowd going to become a factor if he can get 2 points in a row. That's called momentum. 1 point and give the ball back is not momentum. 2 points and staying with that shot and that momentum is what you need. Man, boy, I tell you, Jan, this is an exciting semifinal. This isn't even the finals yet.
Nope.
Goodness, that ball should have probably rolled over. Momentum of that ball should have carried over. However, gravity pulled that thing back on to the side of Jeffrey. Rwanda. And that's it. Jeffrey dumping that one into the net on the final shot. Aditya drops the Selkirk paddle in explanation. What a great match. What a great match we just watched. Win or lose, both these guys, fierce competitors. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
I think that the new rivalry was just born, has been born, and I just really hope that these guys will meet many, many times in the future for the good of pickleball in Asia.
I would love to get an interview with both the winner
please do.
and the loser, so we're going to see if we can track both these guys down. We'll be back right after this.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, guys, Scott Golden here, back on championship court for an interview with Jeffrey, Rwanda. Jeffrey, what a fierce battle that we just saw on championship court. You were up 8-1, in complete control of that match, but your opponent fought back, ended up winning a close one at the very end. Talk us through what happened there.
Kamu udah unggul 8-2 duluan, jadi ketika kamu udah unggul 8-2 duluan, dia bisa comeback, itu apa yang kamu rasakan?
Mungkin gak nervous aja.
She is nervous and gauges. She is nervous and cannot control with the game.
Yeah, you know, the momentum swings in pickleball are big, and that momentum you had early, the crowd behind you, the Indonesia crowd really cheering loud, that tapered off a little bit after your opponent took the lead. Aditya, a fierce competitor, lots of experience on the court. Jeffrey, we're excited to see you come back for the next one and possibly compete for a final. Great job on your big run here representing Indonesia. Very good job.
Jadi terima kasih banyak untuk ininya. Kamu udah berusaha dengan baik dan kamu berbeda ketika kamu posisi di sana dan posisi di sini gitu. Posisinya berbeda. What are you feeling?
Mungkin nggak ada yang berbeda, cuman rasa agak dikejar itu nervous aja.
It's not feeling like nervous, but it's the feeling like it's running and Aditya rushing is the point. I just feeling, that's it.
Very good. Thank you so much for your competition. Very good job. Let's give it up for Jeffrey. All right, let's see if we can get Aditya over here. Aditya, come join me, please. Aditya. Aditya, please come join me over here. You can do that in a minute. You got plenty of time to wait between the matches. All right, so Aditya, I saw you compete at the Asia Pickleball Open back 5-6 months ago. You did not play to your full potential. You and I talked about that. You said you were sad that you didn't play to that best potential. But today you rose to the occasion. You found yourself down 8-1 early. How did you fight through that adversity to come back and win this match?
I just followed your advice I still remember from 5-6 months ago in Thailand, you told me even if you are down, just play to your full potential. There's no need to panic. You still have points to save. He still had 6 points to take, which was a big margin. So I just played at my full potential, and I want to say thank you. Yeah, thank you to you. Your advice did that all. Yeah.
So talk about once you crawled out of that hole after being down so big, what did it feel like to change that momentum in your favor? How much more confidence do you gain going down the final stretch to try to close that game out?
To be honest, when it was 10-all, when I scored 11-10, then I got the pressure. I don't know why, but it just happened that now I see the victory is close, then I got casual. Then I thought, no, I should play at my full potential. Otherwise, it's going to happen the last time I lost to a very good player. I did not let that happen again. So I just removed the pressure. I just tore my shoes also to reach the ball, and I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm happy right now.
Have you played against Leander from the Philippines? He's in the finals against you. Have you had a chance to play him? Have you seen him play at all?
I didn't got the chance to play with him, but I seen him. He beat Tejas Mahajan, one of the best in our country, and my bhaiya also. But I'm going to just follow his advice because he knows better the gameplay than I can. So I'm just going to follow his lead.
I love it. Guys, Aditya moving his way into the finals against Leander from the Philippines. Stay tuned when we come back. We're going to have that match. What a great match we just witnessed. That was fantastic. Both semifinals are done. We'll be back after this to see more.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, guys, we are here for the bronze medal match, the third place. We've got Tejas Mahajan versus Jeffrey Rwanda.
The score is 5-4. For Jeffrey. We saw so many matches already. I can't believe it's not even noon.
I know, it's
It'll
crazy.
be a long day today.
Crazy.
So the local favorite after heartbreaking loss to Aditya, and obviously Tejas after heartbreaking loss to
both these
to
players
Lando.
look very relaxed right
Yes.
now. You can tell, like after the pressure of that last round, they both seem a little more relaxed in the zone.
It almost like for the third place doesn't count.
It feels that way almost a little bit, but of course they're still going to compete hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's almost as if they had a little bit of a letdown,
Yes.
and they're trying to regroup and gear back up for this third place. But trust me, both these guys want to win, don't they,
They
Jan?
want to get on the stage, yes, of course. So what do you think, Scott?
Well, I mean, look, both these guys are amazing talents, and I love watching these guys go to work. I feel like there's a lot of controversial calls on that far side. I don't know what it is about that line. But yeah, great shot by Tejas Mahajan. And these guys amaze me how many times they can paint the line. They live on the edge of danger almost every point.
I Honestly, I don't think that they are aiming for the lines.
They're just that good, I guess.
It just happens.
I'm trying to stay away from the lines when I play. I'm trying to hit
Yeah, it's
inside
the
that line.
safest. Yeah. Oh, beautiful.
I gotta tell you, I'm very impressed with the passing ability of these players in Asia. They can absolutely wear the cover off these pickleballs.
Absolutely.
Their ground strokes are just amazing.
You know, most of these people are either coming from badminton or tennis, you know, but the way how they move on the court, easy. Not too many pounds or kilograms, you know, overweight.
Yeah.
So it's so much easier for them to move on the court
Yeah, I agree.
than people from the Western Hemisphere.
All right, Jan, it looks like we have a timeout from Tejas Mahajan as the local crowd favorite, Jeffrey Rwanda, takes the lead. Again, this is a game to 15, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Right? So only in this format, only the finals are going to be 2 out of 3. Everything
Well,
else is a game to 15.
Let me actually double check with the ref because
okay.
it should be 2 out of 3.
Oh, it should be. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
But sometimes I saw it in the last couple of days that they agree only 15.
They're doing 1 to 15, yeah. Well, either way, I think it's acceptable either way as far as like from a viewing standpoint, but I like the 2 out of 3 for the medal matches,
For the medal matches,
for the
yes.
places of the tournament,
Yes,
first, second,
yes,
third.
Yeah. So we will see very shortly.
Yeah, I guess it's too late now to change it. So they're either going to play 1 to 15 or 2 out of 3.
Whatever they agreed.
We're kind of in a surprise here for it.
Yeah.
That's a great passing shot again from Jeffrey, just showcasing what he can do with that forehand. And to be honest, both these guys have monster forehands that they can pass people with. I'm glad it's them doing it to each other and not me that they're doing that too. That's such a good backhand slap for a put away from Tejas Mahajan from India. He caught that ball high at its peak, put it away. Such good footwork from both these guys. Their speed, I'm blown away the stuff that they can recover and get to. You know, Jan, it's funny. You told me a couple years ago that you hoped that singles would really showcase the talent that's in Asia, and we 3 years later, are seeing that played out right in front of our eyes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people in Asia, they don't mind if they have to work hard, off court and on court.
All right, so we're gonna figure out. I think there is some controversy on the way the format is, but the thing is, you have to figure that out before the match starts. You can't wait till the match is going on to ask questions. You've got to ask the questions on the front end. So now in the middle of the match, it's too late to ask, why this or why that. You should ask those questions before the match starts. But also, I was unaware exactly if it was going to be 2 out of 3 or game 311. It is 2 out of 3.
Officially, it's 2 out of 3. However, if the players would agree, they can play also 1 to 15. So we just kind of left the loophole for them. But again, as before, both of the players need to agree.
So did they both agree?
They are playing 2 out of 3.
Oh, they are going to play 2 out of 3 because one of them maybe didn't agree.
Could have been, yeah. So in that case, sorry.
I think that that's a relevant question. What he asked, he just waited till halfway through the game to ask the question.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still the tournaments are starting here, and.
I think he's probably asking because he's probably tired. Honestly, I would be a little tired after running around as much as these guys are.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they are playing for the third place, right? But kind of a little bit, to win the third place is.
It's still a big deal.
It's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
It still doesn't sound that exciting, as being on the big final, not the small final.
I would agree with that, but at the end of the day, they outlasted 40 competitors or however many players.
Oh yes.
So they should be very proud of the fact that they're in this.
More than 40. Yeah.
More than 40. Yeah, there was a huge amount of players.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, they're going to be proud of their accomplishment, but.
Yeah. But back to, beautiful.
He almost gave up, and Tejas almost got to that ball.
That's right.
It's amazing. These guys can track down the ball so easily.
Yeah. So the point, the question which you asked last time, people in Asia, they are used to work hard. They if you give them a chance to do something and to be good at something, they will not question you. People in Western Hemisphere, they will just look for the shortcuts.
Yeah.
And I really believe that this sport in the future will be owned by Asian countries and Asian players.
They certainly have the talent pool to do it, to accomplish that. And I think they're just as obsessed in Asia about pickleball as we are in the States. I see even more emphatic passion that they hold in regards to pickleball.
This is just the beginning, my friend.
Oh yeah, we're just scratching the surface. In 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to see a lot more of Jeffries and Tejas Mahajans and players like that are going to be competing for these big money tournaments. It's really good placement by both those guys.
Very nice. It reminds me a little bit of Jeffrey's first match against Aditya. He played out of his mind. Everything was really working well for him.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Tejas will learn from Aditya and will find a way back to win this match. So far, it looks like that has the same beginning.
Trying to execute some of the same strategies. That's too good.
Beautiful.
That's too good.
Beautiful.
That is actually a brilliant forehand. Notice how that ball's got pace and it's dipping down away from Jeffrey's paddle. It's not just going to him. It's going. Look at the angle that in that replay that ball fades away, which is a big deal. That's a big thing.
Good eye there.
Yeah, those are sometimes balls that Tejas can drop in at the baseline, but not that one. That's the other thing about the Franklin X40 is that it is a little softer in play. So some of the time those balls look like they're going to go out and they actually drop in, just because that ball plays a little bit softer. Oh, such brilliant touch right there.
Yeah.
Notice how he just faded that ball. He brushed the back of that ball so gently.
It was in his hitting zone, so.
That's why it's important to keep that ball down when you play.
Beautiful. I mean, you can see now that these guys work on their returns, and they just immediately put under pressure the server, so which is awesome. Looks nearly impossible to score point here right now.
I know it feels impossible for Jeffrey right now, but he's just got to dig deep. I know he's tired, but he's got to just fight through it. He's down a game, so he's got to make a big push here. Tejas is in that groove. This is what you call being in the groove. You start to find your rhythm and your range, and he's hitting these ground strokes just magnificently. (6-4), I believe, is the score. Nice job by Jeffrey there, getting the ball back cross court, making Tejas stretch.
A little too much there. So do we know the score here?
I think it's 6-4.
6-4 for Tejas.
See, that's being in stride right there. He just rips that inside out. There's not much Jeffrey could do on that one other than already being in that position to counter that ball. But look, just watch the replay. Watch how he opens up. He strikes that ball so clean and just pushes it to that gap where it's open. And again, painting that line.
Yeah, he is in the zone right now. Sorry.
Yeah, doing a great job there.
Nice.
That time he tried the inside in, but Jeffrey actually, from what I'm noticing, is preparing more for that forehand down the line than he is even the cross court.
And he angles it very nicely there.
For sure. So that's the inside in, but he really should go back cross court, in my opinion, on that very first one, and then that's the setup for the inside in later.
Yeah.
But you have to get your opponent moving that direction.
Well, the court is full of Tejas right now, so it's difficult to get the ball beside him.
That's a good job from
nice.
Jeffrey. He needs more of that right there, which is dominating and controlling the point from up at the kitchen. So far, he's played most of the game back at the baseline and not able to really control a lot of the points. That's, again,
look at that.
creating his own momentum.
What a nice flick of the wrist.
Well, frankly, I thought the point was over when Tejas dropped that ball cross court soft like he's been doing, but Jeffrey's got incredible agility and speed.
Reach, yes.
And then he was able to just, it's one thing to get there. The other half of that is to flick that ball back across with such touch. So the problem what's happening right now for Jeffrey is he's striking that ball with pace, but it's lifting up. If he can keep that ball low, it's going to change the way Tejas has to hit that ball back. But right now, he's leaving it up too high.
He's hitting it to the hitting zone of
Yes.
Tejas. And Tejas basically doesn't do anything.
Correct. He's playing very well right now, so you have to keep that ball down. I believe Jeffrey is, it's 6-7. So he's making his run. That was, again, where that ball gets set up for Tejas to put it away is he pulls him over to the left and then he cuts off that angle back cross court. So he has no ability to basically go back across his body.
He's opening up the whole court for himself.
Right. So then Mahajan just sets up down the line and puts it away.
Yeah.
He's got to finish that point. That's one of those points you have to execute. There's just no reason to miss that shot, other than maybe being tired. Oh, that's great. Great job from Tejas tracking that ball.
Fantastic.
Very nice touch there from Jeffrey Rwanda. And here we go. He's got to make some moves. Oh, he got to it. Oh, he tracked it, but he just could not get a battle on that last one. I think that extra bit of effort might not be worth it. I don't know. Maybe that's just my perspective, but he went for it.
But it looked good.
It looked good. And if he gets that back, there's a good chance that maybe he's already going back to the baseline and not even sure it's coming over.
Exactly.
So
that point was probably finished already like 3 times before it really got finished.
Jeffrey was already setting up for the next serve, and that ball almost came back over the net. But to be honest, I respect that type of effort from somebody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Whether they win the point or not, it makes the opponent realize they have to finish points.
Yeah.
You cannot just take anything for granted out here against these guys, especially somebody like Tejas Mahajan.
He definitely is not going anywhere. Yeah, I think that the first set went to Jeffrey, right? Jeffrey won the first set.
No. Tejas won 11-9. That's why he asked why they were only playing, why you were playing to 11 instead of 15. He thought he was going to be able to come back on that game. But he was now he lost that first one. Now he's got to win this second one. At least that's what the scoreboard's showing.
No comment on that.
If I am incorrect, we will find out after this game based on who won. I was under the impression that Jeffrey lost that first game. But the commentators might have a difference in the opinion.
I learned in my life, no impressions, because whenever I think something is completely wrong most of the times.
Well, I've only been wrong once in my life, and so maybe this is the second time.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
Then you are living nearly perfect life.
I'm wrong at least once per day is what I meant to say.
Still good. Once per day is not that bad.
That's not too bad. The percentages are okay. All right, that ball out from Jeffrey, so we're going to play on here. That's a really close ball. That's really close.
I love that angle, the volley, forehand angle. It's beautiful.
Yes, I love the angle that we have the camera set up so you can see the whole court. I agree.
What a touch on Tejas' side. You know, pickleball is so beautiful because you can drive the ball, you can touch the ball, you know, everything.
It's a beautiful sport.
Yes.
And what I love about it is even in singles, every once in a while you get both players up there scrambling and volleying balls back and forth, like hard stops left and right, just barely getting a paddle on it and recovering. It's very exciting stuff. I believe Jeffrey getting a second wind here. That's what I was talking about.
Beautiful.
He's closing in and he's volleying those balls and making his move, you know, like you won't see a lot in other sports. I mean, some in tennis, but for the most part, there's less serve and volley in tennis nowadays, and more staying back from ground strokes. All right, so Jeffrey making his move. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the owners of this facility, Liga Tennis Sports Complex. What a great facility that these players are getting able to battle on court. They actually took, I was not here for this, but they actually took a clay court that was here. If I'm not mistaken, I've got somebody that would know. So there was a clay court prior, and that's a tennis court, a clay court for tennis. They actually converted this over into dedicated pickleball courts, 2 dedicated courts, one of which we're using for the live streaming. The other one is just behind us, and that's fantastic that they committed enough to pickleball to change this clay court over. You got to love that. Greetings from Canada. Love it. These guys really battling, really battling. Wow. Jeffrey Rwanda with a nice come on to finish that game 2. So we're going to have a game 3 when we come back. Vanshik Kapadia joining. What's up, Vanshik? All right, guys, we will be back after this for a game 3 finish.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
Of course. All right. So what do you think, Scott?
Man, for an early morning session, we have packed in some nice matches. And I got to tell you, I was on the edge of my seat for all of those games.
Show me the seat.
Yeah.
Show me your bum.
It's not a big bum, so it's not hard to get on the edge of the seat. But yeah, I mean, what a great bunch of matches that we've seen this morning. This was actually supposed to happen last night, but I got to tell you, I think we gave these guys a full night's rest, got them back here fresh this morning, and we've seen some of the best pickleball to date that I've seen here in Asia.
Totally agree with you. And there are two owners of Liga Tennis sitting beside me, Dmitry and Joanne.
I love it.
This is Dmitry.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Very proud and very honored to have a pickleball world pickleball championship at Liga Tennis in Bali. Hope it will be not for the last time. It will be every year.
I love it.
Thank you so much. I mean, that is also our intention. And Joanne?
Hello, everyone. We're very proud to host the World Championship Pickleball, and we wish all the players good success and most of all, lots of fun. And welcome to Bali.
Thank you so much, both of you. We really found a very good place here. Liga Tennis is an awesome first-class facilities, and there are tennis facilities, and we are the first with pickleball, but I think that they may change the perspective on their club eventually.
Well, you know, I was speaking with Joan off camera a little bit. She was saying how impressed she was, the amount of people that have turned up for the pickleball tournament. We had over 800 registrants that signed up to play in this tournament. I only see that number growing in the future, and I believe that we're going to have more dedicated courts at some point because of the number of people that are going to continue to play. So at some point, there'll be a venue in Asia that decides to turn something into a full-time pickleball venue. I can't wait to be a part of that. Hopefully, Jan David is able to get early access into that as well. Because I know it's going to happen at some point. Somebody's going to, a billionaire from Asia is going to say, you know what, I like watching pickleball. Let's build 100 dedicated courts.
Only 100?
500 courts.
Well, you're like 5 billion people in Asia, right? So.
Right, and there's a few billionaires I've heard. But, you know, all kidding aside, pickleball is not going anywhere, Jan. Yes. You saw this vision. You were, at one time, full-blown tennis at one time in your career of selling merchandise and things, and I saw a shift in your mind of pickleball becoming the next big wave of competitive sports, racket sports?
Yeah, I mean, you know my history, right? We had a tennis shop and we moved from one place to another. And as we opened the store, there was one really nice gentleman coming to our store and say, "Hey, do you want to carry pickleball paddles?" And I had no idea what he was talking about.
You said,
you know.
"What's pickleball?
What's pickleball? What's
And
paddle?
why do I need to sell a paddle?"
And it took him two times to convince me to carry paddles, because first time I said yes, but I thought like, maybe it's just one of those.
Yeah.
But then when he came the second time, I said like, okay, this guy is serious. And we got the first paddles and never looked back. And that was like 10 years ago.
I remember before I ever met you face to face, I had heard about your store in the Bonita Springs area, just above Naples, Florida, on the West Coast. I was living in Alabama at the time, and somebody said to me, if you ever go down to Florida, you need to go check out the indoor pickleball court in this retail store. And I thought to myself, like, that's bizarre, a pickleball court inside a retail establishment. But once I got there and I saw it for myself, what a genius idea. You don't have to worry about the weather. People can come inside, try the paddles out. You had like a little hitting station.
Yes, sir.
With a little mini net. You could try the paddles, and then people can circulate and buy pickleball and tennis supplies. What a great idea.
Yeah, this was actually 6 years ago, not 10 years ago, but yeah, you're 100% right. And oh boy, I mean, pickleball went quite a distance ever since.
Absolutely. So, Jan, let's switch gears. We've got these two gladiators about to do battle on championship court. We've seen both of these players on championship court battling this morning. They've worked their way all the way through a 40-plus pool of people to make this final. They got to be excited, Jan. I can't imagine the feeling that they have right now representing Philippines and India to the best of their ability. And here we go.
Yes. So for those who missed maybe the previous matches, on the left side we have Aditya Ruhela, who is #1 player in whole Asia, seasoned player with everything what every player would want to have. And this will be his first encounter against Leander from Philippines, who is an avid tennis player, converted to pickleball maybe a few years ago. They never met before. As a matter of fact, Leander never competed outside of Philippines, and I can see whole country of Philippines, at least pickleball country of Philippines, watching, cheering for him today.
Yes, they're very supportive of their top player, Leander. But I got to tell you, this guy could compete all over the world against anybody in the business. He's got that type of skill set. He obviously needs to still develop and mature in his pickleball career, as we all do. But he's got all the tools in the bag. He's got the mental stability to be a top performer. Aditya is still very young as well. He's a young player. But this guy is loaded with talent, absolutely loaded with talent. We saw a huge comeback from him in the game prior. He was down 8-1 and battled all the way back, found the inner strength to overcome that adversity, and he found himself in the finals. But right now, he's starting a little stale, a little flat, as we say in the States. But he's going to pick it up, no doubt.
Now, this is the finals, and it will be played 2 out of 3, so he has got some time to gear in. And again, you know, this is the first encounter between them two, so they are still maybe testing each other, seeing what would be the best strategy to play each other. So
yeah, absolutely.
Even the first game, if that is going to go to one player, I wouldn't consider it like a decision was made.
Correct, and a perfect example is the women's final where, you know, Sarah Burr got beat 11-5 in the first game and came back and won 11-2, 11-0. So that is not a prerequisite to the match being played out that way. Right. And also, we talk about this a lot, the ebbs and flows and the momentum changes happen quite often.
Very fast, yes. So now we have 0-2, Aditya 0-4. Well, we know that Aditya is Oh, so it's 5-0.
It's actually, I think, maybe 6 now because he's on the right. Sometimes it's loud in here, so sometimes we have a hard time hearing the scoring. But we'll try to get an accurate score for you here in just a minute. I think it's 0-4 actually, is what I heard. We'll get it right.
Eventually.
Well, if you keep guessing enough, you're going to get it right at some point.
At the point of 11. We apologize for this, but yeah, we are still developing the viewers' experience.
No, for sure. Listen, we're happy to bring live streaming to Asia Pickleball, and I'm happy to be here in this commentator seat. I've got a front row seat to some fantastic pickleball. We're going to have some hiccups and bumps along the way, but very excited to be here.
Nice soft touch.
All right, Aditya starting to play. Aditya's starting to pick it up now. Look, inevitably, sometimes you start slow, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Yes.
And that's the important part about
Exactly.
pickleball competition. 0-5 now.
0-5.
I believe that's what I heard now. I love the backhand slice return of Leander, and then he follows it right in and gets up there quickly.
To be honest, Aditya is using the same backhand, and it's just beautiful. It's just nice and slice, and it just goes forever. So it gives you a chance to really come to the net as far as you can.
You know what? This is kind of a funny side note. I was talking with Aditya after he won his match, and he told me how impressed he was with Leander's game. And he said even like that paddle, he's not used to seeing that paddle. He said like how amazing he played with that paddle. And I thought, you know, they're not used to seeing Pro Kinetics over there in India probably.
Not in India, yes.
Right,
But,
it's a very popular paddle in the States, but I'm just thinking like he was amazed at how well he played with that, but that is a very, very good paddle,
Well,
the Pro Kinetics.
for us, it is really nice to see the player with a high-profile player with ProKennex, because Kevin Gilbert is our faithful sponsor for all our events, and we see ProKennex at every our tournaments, and I would like to publicly recognize him.
Yes, absolutely. And I know firsthand that Pro Kinetics is always on the cutting edge of paddle manufacturing. They work very hard on producing a quality paddle. You very, very rarely ever hear anything bad about the Pro Kinetics paddle. I've only heard good things, to be honest, about it. And that paddle that he has is supposed to also be really good for, like,
Totally.
it's got the gel beads. I think they call it gel beads in the core.
Little particles, yes.
Little
yes.
particles that soften the vibrations of the ball. So I actually think I recommend. I don't get any cut from Pro Kinetics.
You don't?
And I'm not sponsored by them, but
okay.
but I will say that the times when somebody at my club asks about tennis elbow,
Right.
or I call it pickleball elbow now,
Yep.
I recommend Pro Kinetics because they're known for that.
Well, they came from tennis, and they have a patent, whole worldwide patent, and it's not gimmicks. It's really working.
No, it's the
and,
real deal.
And that saved so many lives in like tennis, and in pickleball the same thing.
I think you mean arms and elbows.
Yes.
Oh, look at the touch.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just, I mean, I don't know if people watching at home can realize how amazing that soft touch actually is. That ball's coming at you with pace, and just the ability to just soften it up is unbelievable.
The ball stay like glued on that paddle. Look at, oh wow.
He almost floats it in on a cloud, you know. And one other thing about me touching on the resets from back at the baseline when your opponent's at the kitchen, it does a couple of things. It gives you the ability to neutralize the attack, but also it buys you a little time to get your footwork together so you can play the next shot. The faster you send the ball over, the faster it comes back.
Exactly.
And that's not a problem to speed the ball up, but you need to do it at the right moments when it
Yes.
makes the most sense to do it.
Exactly, because if you speed up in the wrong moment, you are opening up the court, and the ball is coming to you. Oh, what a touch again.
Another, I would say, magnificent soft touch from
Absolutely.
that Pro Kinetics paddle and Leander.
That guy can receive eggs on his paddle without breaking them.
He might ask if you want them scrambled or fried. Oh, there's another. So You know that saying, whatever you can do, I can do better? Right there. He says, okay, touche. I can also do the same,
I can
my
do the
friend.
same, yeah.
I actually think he should have gone back with the cut shot again. He was working for him.
That was a great serve.
Yeah,
found him a little bit unprepared.
Very good serve.
Good placement on the middle line.
I believe the score is 6-5, I believe. All right, so here's what I want to make note of. The first two drops. No, that ball. No, that ball was clearly out. Okay, he gave it to him. Yeah, that ball wasn't even close. What I was saying is the first two times he dropped Aditya soft, he didn't even make a move at it. That time he adjusted. He hit it a little long, but to be honest, he's making a good adjustment. That was my point in that.
Oh, that was a beautiful slice made by Aditya. Not much time to lift up that ball on the
Very nice back spin.
Yes.
At his feet.
It's almost impossible to spin it up.
So that's the inside in. I think Aditya does this better than anybody I've seen. Maybe Tejas as well. It's the inside out, setting up the down the line shot, the inside in, if you will. He does it extremely well.
Look at the patience.
Yeah, I love the patience for sure. And that's, you know what, we've talked about this, we laughed about it before. You don't train for that shot. It just happens. You know, it just happens in the moment.
And he felt nearly guilty for doing that.
Yeah, he admittedly felt bad, but you know what? He doesn't give that point back. He'll take the point still.
He will not replay it.
You can always say sorry and still keep the point. I couldn't tell on that ball. It looked like it was a clean shot. But I will say that. Oh no, he missed. He missed.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he may have nicked the line there. Okay, so that's the right shot. The two-handed drive is his bread and butter. He's just got to make that. There's the adjustment. You see you see what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
The first two times he didn't even get a paddle. He was almost surprised. Now he's seeing the anticipation of that drop, and he's attacking a lot faster coming in.
And honestly, probably that was not the best drop either.
No, that was not his best drop, mainly because it was a little higher. He couldn't really soft touch it as well. Yeah, that's too good. That's too good. I've often talked about the Team India. These guys, it's like they drill hitting the ball right on the white line. I mean, they are painters of the white line. And that ball just out of reach from Leander. All right, this is where I would call a timeout if it was me. I'd be using a timeout. That's two in a row he's missed. I think it's 10-6. Such great recovery ability.
Oh, beautiful.
But I mean, were you as shocked as I was that he even got to that ball?
Oh yeah, we all remember like Aditya play mixed doubles, right?
Oh yeah, in mixed doubles,
he's covering the court.
He literally covers sideline to sideline, kitchen to baseline. It was quite impressive, actually, how much court coverage he can take.
It's probably a little annoying for the girls to play with him.
Well, you know what? I actually asked them if that was something that they didn't care for, and they actually said, like, with a huge smile, no, we want Aditya to take every ball he can take. You know, like they were happy for him to take the ball. Which, you know, look, if you win, there's not much you can say. Sure. If he's losing, that's different. He's trying.
it's interesting that
Is that game one?
it looks like.
Looks
yeah.
like game one goes to Aditya
Well,
Ruhela.
let's not talk too soon.
Or maybe
Okay.
it's a timeout. I can't decide.
But the truth is that Aditya is driving the balls, and for some reason, Leander doesn't have ability to make that soft volley as he was doing at the beginning of the match. So something must have happened.
You know, I really believe fatigue plays sometimes a factor. It's not that he's going to be tired for the rest of the match. It's just like in moments, if you run around a bunch and that's the end of the first game, he might have a little fatigue that's causing him to hit an error shot or a mishap. I got to give credit to Aditya and you as well, I'm sure, would agree that he made some really nice adjustments through the middle of that match to come out on top.
Yes.
I thought that Leander was playing very well.
Yeah. The truth is that Aditya got a little scare in the semifinals, and maybe he was not ready mentally for that. Maybe he didn't even prepare properly. I don't think that he was going to do the same mistake before finals. And as you said, like, he respected very much Leander even before get-go. And so, yeah, he's a professional player. You know,
Absolutely.
He wants to go all the way this time because last time he didn't. He trained well, so he just needs to be also ready for the match.
Absolutely. All right, looks like Aditya is going to serve for Team India. Coming out in game two, he took game one 11-6. And this started very similar to the way the other game started, is Leander missing a couple early shots. And, you know, I think some of the adjustments he has to make is just the unforced errors, you know. That's tough. That's tough. Good adjustment off the net cord, though.
Yeah, exactly. So his reaction time was very, very fast.
I'd really like to see the Filipino crowd over there get involved a little more to help support. They're a little docile right now, a little quiet.
A little bit, yeah. It's like a midday, you know.
It's
maybe,
midday lull.
Maybe lunch hours, you know. The bodies are reacting differently.
Definitely
than
lunch
in the
hour.
Morning or night.
Oh, what a great shot. Yeah, too good. The ball clipping the net and rolling over gave Leander time to decide what he wanted to do with that ball.
Yeah.
That next ball coming back.
Yeah, obviously Aditya feels in control right now, but it's still nice to respect your opponent's strokes.
Yeah, it's so good. One of the things I love the most about watching Aditya is just his raw athleticism. His reach is incredible.
Yes.
His touch and volleys are extremely good. Extremely well done by Aditya on that. That's their favorite shot.
And another one.
That inside out, that in and out.
And with the help of the net, nobody could get it, yeah.
The help of the net definitely helped his cause there, but he's got a nice, really nice ground stroke from the inside out. You've got to really push the pace on the ball to the backhand return. You can't let him circle around that because he's going to hit a nice ground stroke that's going to hurt you.
Beautiful, beautiful.
This is just my opinion. The soft volleys were working in game one. They're no longer working for him. Yeah. He's got to switch that tactic up. He's got to change it up.
Yeah.
He's allowing Aditya to come up and then manipulate the ball the way he wants instead of pushing the ball back to the baseline and forcing Aditya to hit something different. That's really good.
A good
really
touch,
good.
Good touch, yeah.
These guys are showcasing the ability to drop a ball in on a soft cloud. I always say, like, if somebody has good touch in pickleball, I say they must have held some babies in their lifetime, but Aditya's a baby himself. He's barely old enough to have a child probably, so.
Yeah. The thing is that Aditya is so tall, but at the same time, you know, tall people usually, they don't have ability to move that fast.
He does.
With him, he does, exactly. And that helps a lot, you know.
Yeah, to be honest, I think I'm jealous that he's got that type of physique and that build. He's built for a racket sport. You know, he's built for a racket sport, but he's not gangly and uncoordinated. He's a very put together player in the terms of what you were referring to is his ability to have hand-eye coordination while he's on the run, while he's scrambling. Those are not attributes that you pay for. You know, you're born with that. He's born with that body and that ability to do that.
Very true. That's a good foundation, but you have to build on it somehow.
Oh, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. He's worked hard. I mean,
Yes.
we know that you don't get to the level that he's at and to the level of high quality pickleball or any racket sport unless you put those hours in off the center stage. You know,
Yes.
this is where he shines, but it's the blood, sweat, and tears off the court that have really made the difference for him.
Yeah, and as we all know, this World Championship is the World Championship of non-professional players, and truly, I would hardly see anybody which is not a professional pickleball player to compete evenly with him. You know, so if he ends up winning this tournament, he really can boast to be a world champion, because his level is comparable with the professional players.
I agree. Very comparable.
So I don't know if you remember, but before this tournament we met, and he said, Jan,
That's really good manipulation from.
he said, Jan, I was working hard to get this one because last time I missed it. So he said, I did everything what I could have done. And by the way, did you see that ball landing on the line? He did not hesitate to call it out. You know, he just simply played it.
Yeah.
Not many players would do the same thing. So
Yeah,
it just shows his integrity also.
Yes, he's very gracious in his calls, and actually I've seen some calls get overturned on him, and he's very gracious in that respect as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't argue with the calls. Actually, neither one of these guys really make a big fuss.
Yeah, exactly. Those are two real gentlemen playing the finals.
I don't think we could have asked for a better matchup for the finals with all the things encompassed into the match.
The level is perfect. We are just missing Indonesian viewers here, you know,
Yeah.
spectators.
That crowd was
That
bonkers.
crowd was, yeah.
They were really good. I do feel like Leander's lost a little bit of steam. I can feel that the energy level is a little bit lower than what he would like, probably.
Yes.
He's frustrated internally, I think, a little bit too, because he's not executing some of the shots.
Yeah.
But his crowd is behind him. They're not big and boisterous like the Indonesia group. That was insane. I haven't seen a crowd that ruckus in a while, but they need to stay behind him right now. He needs to feel that good energy.
You know, without really taking away anything from Leander, the fact that he plays in these finals and he plays against the best player in Asia, and he hits the ball like this.
It's unbelievable.
I think that's itself is so rewarding, you know.
Oh, I'm sure his mentality is win or lose, he's having fun. He's on a big stage with pickleball, and is enjoying every moment of this glory. Nice recovery there. See if he can do something with it. Oh my goodness! I got to tell you that was impressive by both, but Leander really showed on the replay. You can watch him track these balls down. That's one before. So yeah, watch this on the full run, dead sprint, and just the fact that Aditya even got a paddle on that was impressive. I didn't even think he would even get a paddle on that.
Beautiful.
He's starting to pick it up right as I said his energy level was low.
Yep, and honestly, maybe Aditya got a little more comfortable here, so it's just a warning signal for him. Hey, you know, it's not over yet.
No, this game's never over till it's over.
Yes.
The anticipation from
Was awesome.
Aditya was all over that. He saw that forehand down the line coming.
Oh, beautiful.
I love his ability to pass with that one-handed backhand down the line or coming back across the court. It's hard to read that because he can leave that paddle face open or he can close it off at the last minute. So it's a very good
And obviously,
shot.
one-hander will give you a little more reach than two-hander. So
Absolutely. And also he slaps it pretty well with some pace on it.
yeah.
Yeah,
that is just amazing.
That's a thing of beauty and the respect from Leander. He clapped his paddle like, you know what, man, that's just pure beauty there.
But again, that stroke you can do only when your footwork is there. Watch when he plays inside out or inside in. Aditya, he's beautiful.
That's so good by both players.
Both of them fantastic.
Because I don't know if people, again, when they're watching at home, like how difficult it is for you to be on the dead sprint and take a ball off the backhand slice back into the kitchen on full blast.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to do that and to keep the ball unattackable.
It's a very professional level of control of the ball, of the paddles.
For sure. It's 5-9, I believe. Yeah, Leander faltering a little bit here down the stretch. He's not able to quite get over the hump just yet. I'm hoping to see him get a second win so we can have a nice ending to this match. But right now, Aditya is feeling every bit of this gold medal match.
I think that was a match point number 1, right?
Yeah, the last point in pickleball is always the hardest to get.
Championship point.
He wants to close it out for sure, but don't expect Leander to just go away easily. He's going to fight, scratch, and claw to try to get back in this game. He's down 5. All you need sometimes is 1 or 2 in a row, and you can create some momentum. Yeah, this is his last big push.
It's almost impossible to get that ball past Aditya because when he has a spread of his arms, he covers from sideline to sideline.
Yeah, and he's anticipating the ball really well, which only enforces his reach even more because he's seeing that ball early enough to really get on top of it.
Yes, exactly.
I just don't think that strategy just wasn't working for him down the stretch.
It's
great match though. Great match. He lost it into to Aditya, but what great sportsmanship by both these guys. Class acts.
You have to love Aditya for his demeanor, for his respect for his opponents.
Congratulations.
And obviously Leander is the same thing, So I think we had 2 true gentlemen in the finals, and everybody must be happy.
Aditya got his revenge from last tournament at the Asia Pickleball Open as he was able to bounce back strong, taking the finals of over 40-plus individuals that were competing in the men's open singles. So we've now gotten 2 champions crowned, Sarah Burr for the women's open singles and Aditya Ruhela for the men's open singles. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back to interview
both of them.
Perfect. After this.
Thank you so much.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
This since April. After 5 months, I finally got it.
I love it. I love it. This way. All right, guys, this is Scott Golden here back on Championship Court for a final wrap-up interview of the men's open singles. You battled through over 40 competitors to make it to the final match. You told me in the interview before the finals that you worked hard to get back to this spot so you could get some revenge from last year when you underperformed, in your opinion. How good did it feel for you to close this out in dramatic fashion like that and win a championship for not only yourself but Team India?
I think this is the best feeling in the world. I cannot describe it. I worked very hard for it. I put hours and hours of hard work to get to this stage and win this huge tournament across the world. There are people from all 20 countries and playing against Indonesian player, Philippines player and Canadian players. It's an honor and I'm just so happy.
You, in my opinion, show the most potential to be an absolute rock star in this sport, especially on the single side of things. But now you have to switch gears. You have to prepare for men's doubles, mixed doubles. How do you make that shift from going from singles to doubles, and how do you get in that mind frame?
I'm going to ding for 1 hour. I'm going to ding for 1 hour and put 2 plays in my front so I can hit cross court and down the line also. So I'm just going to practice for that. I asked Jan for 1 hour so I could just be ready for doubles because it's as much important as singles. Everybody says that I'm only a singles player, I'm not a doubles player. So I just want to prove them wrong.
I would definitely disagree with anybody that says that you're not a doubles guy. You've got a new partner for men's doubles, different from last time in April. But what about mixed doubles? Same partner, different partner?
No, I'm playing with Macy this time. So Asmi couldn't make it. If Asmi was here, I would definitely play with her because we have a different bond. We know how to play. We are like a team. But with Macy, it's going to be challenging, but she's a very good player. So I could use her help to win this tournament. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you one opportunity to give a shout out to anybody that you want to from Team India or whoever. So and then we'll wrap this up.
I have a few names. The list is 10 people. Can I say it? First of all, I want to thank you, my mom and dad. I'm gonna hug you when I came back to India, and I'm gonna get you some presents also. Then my coach Nikhil Bhaiya, he's not here, but he's on the phone on the last match all the time because he was guiding me from the back, telling Divyanshu what to do. Fourth is Neeraj sir. He's my manager, my elder brother kind of. And then I want to thank you to all my friends who's watching this. One from Gurugram, all my college. Shahid Bhagat Singh College. Yes, thank you people and thank you Scott. Yeah.
Oh, I made the top 10 list. All right, let's go. All right, congratulations, buddy. Well deserved. Go get some rest. Get ready for men's doubles, and we'll see you back on the court in a little bit. All right, I'm gonna bring Leander over here real quick, the runner-up for the men's open singles. Leander getting a chance to take a quick break while I was interviewing your opponent. So this was your first experience in pickleball, making it to the big stage in singles. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. It's my first international tournament.
So what was that experience like, battling through the bracket, through the pool play, making it to the finals, and then having the ability and the opportunity to play against a fantastic opponent? What were you feeling in that moment?
I really feel grateful for everything that has happened to me this past 2 days. It was an amazing experience for me. Actually, when I was watching him yesterday, I said to myself, I really want to play with this guy. He's so good. Yeah,
he's excellent. You know, I don't know if you listened to the interview, but I talked to him about him underperforming in April back at the Asia Pickleball Open. He really worked hard. He trained hard to come back and win this championship in singles, and you gave him a good fight. Were you tired or fatigued at all in that second game, or was it just a matter of him executing his shots to perfection?
Yeah, his returns and serves are so deep. The serves, I'm having a hard time to return. Before I get to the kitchen, I was late. I'm late. And the returns, I was having a hard time also on doing my thirds. So, yeah, I have to give credit to him. He deserves it.
He does definitely deserve it, but so do you. You battled hard. So now you're going to go get a break, and are you playing men's doubles?
Yeah, men's doubles.
All right, congratulations, buddy, on taking second place. We'll see you guys after this for some men's doubles action on championship court. All right, buddy. Hey, great job, man. Go rest, man.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.